Chapter 32-39. Hua Qingxi smiled faintly. Palace Master worries too much. Ice Heart Valley will never refuse such a good thing. Yang Kai asked curiously. What do you mean? Hua Qingxi explained. Because Senior Bing Yin has been missing for many years, and because Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed by the Seeking Passion sect, they don't have many properties, and have only 2 or 3 cities under their jurisdiction. Most of their income comes from the spirit flowers and rare grasses planted in Ice Heart Valley. In recent years, Ice Heart Valley has also recruited many disciples, so it is likely that they are short on funds. Now that benefits have been delivered to their doorstep, how could they refuse? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. If that's the case, we can count them in. He didn't know as much about Ice Heart Valley as Hua Qingxi, but since Hua Qingxi said so, it must be the case. If they could really pull Ice Heart Valley into the war chariot, then the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory would join forces. Who in the Northern Territory would dare to stop them? After a while he made a decision. Then let's count them in. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, There's no time to lose. I'll go invite them over now. Yang Kai nodded and Hua Qingxi immediately flew out. In less than half an hour, she brought a woman with an ice-cold temperament into the hall. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned black, and he looked at Hua Qingxi with some resentment, because the person she brought was Ji Yao. Ever since Yang Kai had secretly done it with Ji Yao, he was a little afraid to see her. On the one hand, it was exciting to do it secretly, and on the other hand, he felt that he had let down Su Yan and the others. His heart was tormented, and the most important thing was that he still couldn't figure out Ji Yao's intentions. From beginning to end, she had never discussed this matter with him. She seemed to let him do whatever he wanted without letting Yang Kai have his way too much. This made Yang Kai feel like he was being held hostage. Now that Hua Qingxi had brought Ji Yao over, it was easy to imagine how he was feeling. Hua Qingxi looked suspicious. She seemed to have noticed something wrong with the palace master's expression just now, but at this moment, she couldn't care less and cupped her fists. Palace Master, Elder Ji is here. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Junior Sister Yao. In front of so many people, Ji Yao didn't show any abnormalities and simply bowed. Senior Brother Yang. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, I invited Junior Sister Yao here, because I have something to discuss with her. I believe the great general manager has already told Senior Bing Yin about this matter. I wonder what Senior Bing Yin's attitude is? If he wanted to pull Ice Heart Valley into the water, Bing Yin's attitude was the key. Otherwise everything would be nonsense. Ji Yao said lightly. Honored Master said that Ice Heart Valley was only able to survive thanks to Senior Brother Yang's help. Now that Senior Brother Yang has encountered a difficult situation, Ice Heart Valley will do its best to help. If Senior Brother has any instructions, Ice Heart Valley will not refuse. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Looking around he said, Since everyone is here, let's discuss the rules. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Since they had decided to do this, there was no need to drag it out. In any case, the 4 great sects had joined forces, and no one in the Northern Territory could compete with them. There was no need for any schemes, they just needed to push forward. The rules were quickly taken out. It was nothing more than the 4 great sects working together, and then with High Heaven Palace as the center, they would spread out to the entire Northern Territory and announce the High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord of the Northern Territory. In return, the various sects and cities in the Northern Territory would have to provide some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was done, Ji Yao, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending array, a group of people arrived. On the left was a group of beautiful women. Most of them had extraordinary appearances, and their temperaments were all different, dazzling anyone who saw them. This group was naturally the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, while behind them were the disciples of High Sky Sect, each numbering over 1,000. Altogether, there were 3,000 people. This was not a large number, but the proportion of masters among them was extremely terrifying. Dao Source Realm masters could be found everywhere in the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest was an origin king. The people from High Heaven Palace were in the middle, led by the 3 monster kings. Yi Hen and the other Dao Source Realm masters were also dispatched, but the remaining people were not enough. Basically, all of them were origin kings, completely incomparable to the other 3 great sects. It was really because the disciples who had come from the Star Territory were temporarily useless that the High Heaven Palace side was seriously polarized. The strong were ridiculously strong, while the weak were ridiculously weak. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao, Mi Qi, and Ji Yao and spread out a map. The map was marked with red dots, and each red dot represented a city, a sect, or a force that wasn't small in size. After some discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and dispersed. Each of these 8 groups had 2 disciples, each led by a Dao Source Realm Master or above. The goal of these people was naturally the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this trip was to make these cities, sects, and families recognize High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord, then pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already spread the word. If they knew what was good for them, that would be good. But if they didn't, they would fight if they could. And if they couldn't, they would send a message back. The masters from the Emperor Realm were not to be trifled with. However, the teams led by Dao Source Realm masters mostly went to places that were easy to deal with. The harder ones would be taken care of by the Emperor Realm. With the power of the 4 great sects working together, not many people would dare to act rashly. Yang Kai also led a group of people and rushed straight to the headquarters of the few first-class forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, in the main hall of Myriad Ancestor Sect's headquarters, Sect Master Hua Yu stood in front of the hall and cupped her fists in farewell. Only when the group of 8 disappeared did she put away the stiff smile on her face and let out a sigh, a sullen look appearing on her face. Vice Sect Master Chung Dahai walked over and said with grief and indignation, "Sect Master, are we really going to give 30% of our annual profits to High Heaven Palace?" Yes, with just a few words from that little brat, giving away 30% of our profits. What will others think of our Myriad Ancestor sect? An elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Hua Yu said sadly, "Then what do you think we should do? If Sect Master is willing, subordinate will lead people to intercept him and take back the jade slip. At that time, the dead can tell no tales, and no one will know it was our Myriad Ancestor sect who did it. Yes, that little brat's actions have already angered everyone. There are countless people in the Northern Territory who want to kill him. But who will know it was us?" "You?" Hua Yu turned her head and glanced at the elders and protectors around her before shaking her head. "You are not his opponent." The elder who spoke said, "How do you know we are not his opponent before trying? That little brat is only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If we all attack together, there is no need to try. I have already tried," Hua Yu said with a sad face. "You have already tried?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only now did they understand why Hua Yu had brought Yang Kai to the secret room just now. It turned out that she wanted to test his ability, or rather, see if there was a chance to take him down. After all, no one was willing to give benefits to others for free. What was the result? Everyone looked at Hua Yu expectantly. "I was not his opponent at all." Hua Yu smiled bitterly. The elder said, "Sect Master, there is no need to boost others' morale and diminish our own. You are also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so you are not much weaker than him, right?" Hua Yu said, "It is precisely because our cultivations are similar that I agreed so readily. He let me attack him for 10 moves, but he just stood there motionless. I couldn't even touch his clothes." "What?" Everyone was taken aback, wondering if they had heard wrong. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters. But Yang Kai just stood there motionless for 10 moves. Yet the Sect Master couldn't even touch his clothes? What kind of concept was this? In other words, did Yang Kai block the Sect Master's attack with just his Emperor Qi? But he just casually attacked and took this old master down. Hua Yu threw out another bombshell, causing everyone to feel dizzy inside. With such means, how can my Myriad Ancestor sect compete? If we do not do as he wishes today, I am afraid my myriad ancestor sect's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed. He dares, Chung Dahai roared. Hua Yu glanced at him and said, he probably dares. If the four top sects join hands and want to destroy my myriad ancestor sect, how can we resist? A few days ago, I heard that the High Sky sect had submitted to the High Heaven Palace, so I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true. Everyone fell silent. Their faces were filled with misery. 30% of their annual income had to be handed over, which meant that everyone would lose 30% of their income every year. No one would be happy about this. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Yang Kai led a group of people to the Northern Territory, and with the High Sky sect's submission, he was able to obtain the contracts that required the sects to hand over 30% of their annual income without much effort. No one dared to resist, at most like the Myriad Ancestor sect, quietly testing Yang Kai's skills before finding a way out. Yang Kai also didn't just run away. Whenever he found a suitable place, he would arrange a space array and connect it to the High Heaven Palace. This way, if anyone failed to fulfill their promise in the future, the High Heaven Palace could come and teach them a lesson at any time. In the Northern Territory, as long as there was a city, a sect, or a family in charge, they would have to hand over 30% of their income. 30% might not be much, but 30% of the entire Northern Territory was a bit terrifying. This meant that even if the High Heaven Palace didn't do anything in the future, they could still take 30% of the Northern Territory's profits. What's more, with the connections of these cities, sects, and families, they could collect a large number of specialties from the Northern Territory, increasing the trade between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory. The goods collected from the Southern Territory could also be sold in the Northern Territory, and the difference in profit was also a considerable figure. After being busy for more than 20 days, Yang Kai directly returned to the High Heaven Palace through a space array. He had gnawed on several difficult bones in the Northern Territory. The reason why things went so smoothly was because the news of the High Sky sect's submission had spread. Even the High Sky sect had submitted, so they had no choice. Secondly, this time, the four sects had joined forces, so no one dared to resist. Chapter 3240. The matter in the Northern Territory had been settled, and there were still some loose ends that he didn't need to worry about. With Hua Qingxi presiding over, and the cooperation of the other three, it wouldn't take much time to solve them all. It was almost time, so Yang Kai greeted Hua Qingxi and led Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. They didn't return to Spirit Sword Peak, but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak, where Qiu Ran was. It was the first time Bian Yuqing came to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking around, she secretly compared Azure Sun Temple and found that the environment of Azure Sun Temple seemed to be worse than her own High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was born in the Southern Territory, and the Blue Feather sect she was in was just a small sect that didn't even have the Emperor realm. Azure Sun Temple, on the other hand, was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. It was much stronger than Blue Feather sect, so she naturally admired Azure Sun Temple. If she was still in the Blue Feather sect, it was impossible for her to be qualified to set foot in Azure Sun Temple. But now that she was the second chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she was qualified to do so. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from a different perspective, she naturally had a different feeling. Staring at the heroic figure in front of her, she secretly rejoiced that she had met a noble person. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, how could she have the ability to be promoted to the Emperor realm? She was afraid that she would have been killed outside the Spirit Lake Palace, not to mention now that she had great power. In the entire High Heaven Palace, she was only below Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. She was the second chief of High Heaven Palace. There were guests at Spirit Sword Peak. Qiu Ran woke up from meditation and summoned Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After introducing both sides, Bian Yuqing saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Greetings, Deputy Temple Master Qiu." She had also heard of Qiu Ran, the Deputy Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. He was a real person above all others. Before she came, she was still a little nervous. She naturally thought a lot when she saw this master, whom she had never met before. But after meeting him in person, she realized that he was nothing more than this. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She lived in the High Heaven Palace all year round, and even the three great Monster King were often seen. A mere second-order Emperor Realm Master could no longer give her much pressure. Second Chief Steward. Qiu Ran cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Kai said, "As for the specifics of the cooperation, Brother Qiu, you can discuss it with Second Chief Steward Bian. I won't accompany you." The main reason he brought Bian Yuqing here was to discuss the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this before. Since it was Gao Shueting who brought it up, he naturally couldn't ignore it, lest that woman got hold of his weakness and kept nagging. Hua Qingxi was currently coordinating the affairs of the Northern Territory. He had no time to spare, so the matter of discussing the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell to Bian Yuqing. Qiu Ran was startled. "Junior brother Yang, don't you need to personally make such a big decision?" What he meant was, "You sent a second chief steward to discuss with me. Can you really represent me?" This involved a lot of interests. It would be awkward if Yang Kai didn't admit it when they reached an agreement. After all, he had seen Yang Kai haggling over every ounce with him. Yang Kai smiled heartily. "Brother Qiu, you can rest assured that as long as you reach an agreement, I have no objections." How could Qiu Ran know about his recent big movements in the Northern Territory? Although the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple could bring a lot of benefits, Yang Kai didn't care much about it. What's more, he also had a cooperation with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was a business, and it was the main business in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple was just a foil. If he wasn't a guest elder of the temple, how could he send such benefits over? Turning around and walking out, he turned back and said, "Second Chief Steward, you might as well make some concessions. After all, I am an elder of the temple." "Yes," Bian Yuqing responded respectfully. Qiu Ran had a gratified expression on his face. Yang Kai said such words in front of him, which undoubtedly made him have a good impression of him. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Bian Yuqing began to discuss in detail. Yang Kai went straight to Gao Shueting's purple bamboo peak. When he saw Gao Shueting, he asked about the Southern Territory Martial Gathering and learned that there were still 3 days before they could set off. There was plenty of time, so he went to find Morong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai to catch up. He had been in a hurry the past few days, so he didn't have time to talk much. Morong Xiao Xiao was fine. She was more enthusiastic and had a good personality. Everyone knew each other since they were in the Dao Source realm and had been promoted to Temple Elder, so they had a good chat. Xiao Bai was more annoying. The expression on his face was colder than Ji Yao's, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million. After a few words, he asked him to leave, which made Yang Kai want to beat him up. It was inconvenient for a host to not keep a guest, so Yang Kai left in a huff. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye on Spirit Sword Peak. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly and all things were alive. On top of a Spirit Sword Peak, dozens of figures stood. The leader wearing a purple robe was particularly conspicuous. Yang Kai flew over and stopped in midair. When he saw the man in the purple robe, he was slightly startled and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Temple Master." The man in the purple robe was the Temple Master of Temple, Wen Zishan. He had a warm smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked quite elegant. When he heard Yang Kai, he smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yang. It is this subordinate's duty to share the burdens of the temple," Yang Kai said solemnly. It couldn't be helped. In the Northern Territory, he was the temple master of the High Heaven Palace. Here, he was just a guest elder, so he still needed to show the necessary etiquette. "Wait a moment, little Shueting hasn't arrived yet. Sigh, women are so troublesome. Even when going out, they are so slow." As soon as these words came out, many people glared at him. Even Morong Xiao Xiao, who had arrived early, pouted. Being scolded like this for no reason naturally put her in a bad mood. When Zishan seemed to realize this as well, he reached out and grabbed the stubble on his chin, looked up at the sky, and said with a look of vicissitudes, "Today's wind is very noisy. Elder Luo, Elder Xiao, Elder Murong." Yang Kai greeted the other 3 people from the Emperor realm one by one. Xiao Bai and Morong Xiao Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Luo Chun was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with him, but because this person's personality was relatively cold, he didn't communicate much with the temple elders. Yang Kai only knew of such a person, but had never had much contact with him. The 3 people also returned the greetings one by one. "These are the disciples who are going to participate in this martial meet?" Yang Kai looked up at the dozens of people standing neatly behind him. The dozens of disciples cupped their fists in unison. "Greetings, Elder Yang." Among these dozens of people, there were Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. After all, the martial meet in the Southern Territory was divided into several levels. Dao Source Realm cultivators were compared to Dao Source Realm cultivators. Origin King Realm cultivators were compared to Origin King Realm cultivators, and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. The temple naturally had to select the best cultivator from each level to participate in this martial meet. The dozen people in the front row were naturally Dao Source Realm cultivators, followed by Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, finding that many of them were familiar faces. It seemed that they had participated in the 4 Seasons Realm trial together, but they didn't communicate much and were only familiar with each other. Back then, they were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, And now they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was not a simple matter, and many people were stuck in the Third Order Dao Source Realm for their entire lives. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiao were able to break through to the Emperor Realm partly because of their good aptitude and perception, and partly because of the benefits they obtained in the Four Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. Looking at them, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly paused on a young man's face, because he really knew this person and knew his name. Shui. Back then, Yang Kai came to the temple with Qin Chaoyang, holding the red dust token for the first time, asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons Realm. When the red dust token was issued, the temple could not refuse, so naturally, they gave him a spot. However, the spots to enter the Four Seasons Realm had long been allocated, and since the temple had also given out a spot, there was naturally one less. And the spot that was missing belonged to this guy named Shui. When the news spread, Shui refused to accept it and went to fight with Yang Kai, but the result was that he was naturally not Yang Kai's opponent. Many years ago, if Yang Kai had not seen this person, he would not have remembered it. For eyes met, and Shui's expression was a little awkward, but there was also a kind of viciousness that came from knowing shame. Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source Realm, but now Yang Kai had become an Emperor Realm Master, while he was still struggling in the Dao Source Realm, so it was inevitable that he felt inexplicable. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, realizing that this guy had not been wasting his time all these years. Back then, he was only in the Second Order Dao Source Realm, but now he was already in the Third Order, and his position was extremely high. Obviously, he was the candidate that the temple had high hopes for. As they reminisced about the past, the two looked away as soon as their eyes met. Shui secretly sighed. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him, now that their identities were different. If Yang Kai really wanted to embarrass him, he could not resist. At this moment, a stream of light rushed over from Purple Bamboo Peak and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. Wen Zishan's eyes lit up as he said, "Little Xueting, you're dressed so beautifully today. Are you preparing to get married? Congratulations, congratulations." "Shut your stinky mouth." Gao Xueting glanced at Wen Zishan coldly, not giving him any face. Wen Zishan said, "Oh, why are you so fierce? Be careful that no one dares to marry you. If you can't get married, you'll become an old maid." Gao Xueting's eyes became colder and colder, and she had the urge to stab him to death with her sword. She coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." She was such a beautiful woman, but she was actually forced to use vulgarities. It could be seen how bad her mood was. The group of disciples lowered their heads and looked at the two with dull expressions, their quarrel going in one ear and out the other. Luo Chen looked down at the ground, Xiao Bai looked up at the sky, and Morong Xiao looked at her fingers, seemingly hesitating whether to cut her fingernails. Yang Kai came over and casually praised, "Junior sister's fingers are very beautiful." Morong Xiao blushed furiously, not knowing where to place her hand. Everyone turned their heads to look at him, and Yang Kai also realized that he had misspoken, and his expression twitched. Fortunately, Gao Xueting asked, "Is everyone here?" Xiao Bai nodded, "Everyone is here." "Since everyone is here, let's go." After speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. A group of people followed closely behind. Wen Zishan was stunned for a moment and touched his chin. "It seems I am the temple master." Chapter 3241. Along the way, Yang Kai finally learned a side of Wen Zishan that no one knew about. A chatterbox. There was no end to his chatter. Although Yang Kai felt that this guy was a bit unreliable before, he hadn't spent much time with him after all, so he didn't know what his character was like. This time, Yang Kai finally saw it for himself. First he pestered Gao Xueting, so naturally he was snubbed. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, only Gao Xueting dared to not give him face. After suffering a setback from Gao Xueting, he slowed down and caught up with Yang Kai and the others, talking about the past and present with great enthusiasm. Luo Chen and Xiao Baiyi were both relatively indifferent people, so they didn't speak much. Out of respect for the temple master, They replied a few words before closing their eyes, looking like they were conserving their energy. With this, Yang Kai and Morong Xiaoxiao were in for a bad time. Fortunately, Wen Zishan didn't pester the two for too long. After half a day, they fell behind the crowd again and joined a group of Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters. Morong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group of disciples behind them gave them face. The key was that when Zishan, a temple master, didn't put on airs, so how could they not cooperate? Especially the few disciples who were patted on the shoulder by Wen Zishan and praised as the future pillars of the temple. The temple will depend on you in the future. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and wanted to take out their hearts for Wen Zishan to see, to let him know that their loyalty to the temple could be witnessed by heaven and earth and the sun and moon. Yang Kai glanced back from time to time with a wonderful expression on his face. He knew that he was a bit unreliable as the High Heaven Palace Temple Master, but compared to Wen Zishan, he was simply a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Flying all the way, they passed by several cities and passed through space arrays. In the evening, the crowd arrived at the location of Orthodoxy Temple. Towering mountains rose and fell like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The scenery was beautiful and varied. Orthodoxy Temple was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so naturally, it occupied a paradise. The environment here was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the slightest, adding to the beautiful scenery. Looking from afar, clouds and mist rose from the mountains, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world a golden yellow. In front of the gates of the Orthodoxy Palace, there were many people moving about. It was very lively. It was obvious that the date of the martial gathering was approaching. Many people had rushed over. After all, the martial gathering was a grand occasion for the entire Southern Territory, not to mention the bountiful rewards that made people envious. If one could perform well in the martial gathering, they would definitely be able to receive the care of their elders in the future. There were also many lowly cultivator who wanted to fight for a future in the martial gathering. This was not without precedent. Although those cultivator of low birth could not participate in the group competition, as long as they performed outstandingly in the individual competition, most of them would be able to join the major sections. For those large sects, what they were fighting for was the ranking and face. The generous rewards were secondary. However, for some small sects or families, those rewards were really enviable. Not to mention, there was a chance to make a great leap. Who would be willing to miss it? Therefore, every martial gathering in the Southern Territory was extremely lively, and there were countless participants. Tomorrow was the opening day of the martial gathering, and Azure Sun Temple had come at the right time. As one of the top sects, they naturally had to put on airs. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still knew the importance of this kind of thing. Today, the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Palace was not activated, but there were many people outside welcoming guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black immediately greeted them. Beside him was a young man with a refined temperament. Both of them were the Emperor Realm cultivators. The elderly man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the young man was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Temple Master Wen's visit brings light to Orthodoxy Palace's humble dwelling. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you. The elderly man greeted with a smile and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan also put on the air of a temple master, as if the chatterbox on the way here was not him at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Elder Feng is too polite. Is Elder Feng the one welcoming guests this time?" The elderly man was none other than Elder Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai had seen him more than once, so he was not unfamiliar with him. He had also cooperated with Gao Xueting many times. Back in the Four Seasons realm, when the demonic Qi invaded Maplewood City, and when the demonic spirit was revived in the southern swamp, he had appeared. However, the two were not of the same generation, so they did not have much interaction. Yang Kai, however, had dealt with the young man behind him. The young man obviously also noticed Yang Kai. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you're here too." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Brother Zhuang." This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Palace, Zhuangbu Fan. He had appeared in the Four Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. He was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiao. So naturally, they were not unfamiliar with each other. Now that they were gathered together, it was natural for them to have a chat. With this, no one paid attention to Luo Chun, but he was naturally indifferent, so he did not feel awkward and just stood there without saying a word. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a swishing sound coming from afar. Everyone looked back and saw a huge sword rapidly approaching from the horizon. The terrifying sword chi it exuded seemed to be able to hurt people from a distance, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled slightly and said, "Holy Master Ma is here." When Zishan curled his lips in disdain, he really knows how to pick the right time. He seemed to feel that he had suffered a loss by coming early. Star Soul Palace had sent people to observe the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so when Zishan had personally led a team to give face. As a top force in the Southern Territory, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally would not be ignorant, so Holy Master Ma Qing had personally led a team here. They were all old acquaintances, so when Zishan knew that Ma Qing had come as soon as he saw the sword light. Sure enough, the sword light suddenly approached, and when the light dissipated, a group of dozens of people appeared. The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was thin, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. His figure was tall and straight, and his whole person gave off an unstoppable feeling. This is Ma Qing. Yang Kai could not help but look at him curiously. It was also the first time he had seen the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so he did not expect it to be an old man. Compared to him, when Zishan was much more pleasing to the eye, Feng Ming took the initiative to greet them and exchanged pleasantries. Ma Qing and the others cupped their fists in return. This time, the people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were similar to those from Azure Sun Temple, led by 4 or 5 elders from the Emperor Realm. There were dozens of disciples of all levels in total, and they were obviously the best of the best. Brother Wen. Ma Qing put one hand behind his back and stroked the beard on his chin with the other, nodding lightly to Wen Zishan. When Zishan was a little tired. Brother Ma is very punctual. He seemed to be mocking him for coming on time. Ma Qing's expression was still indifferent. My disciples are not very easy to worry about, so I took some time on the way. When Zishan smiled. If they know they are not easy to worry about, they should have set off earlier. It is not good to keep Brother Lei waiting. Brother Wen seems to have just arrived, right? Pfft. When Zishan curled his lips. I have been here for half a day, but I have only been talking to Elder Feng until now. The two seemed to have some grudges, and they were not at each other's throats as soon as they met. Not only were the two temple masters and holy masters like this, but even their disciples were the same. Dozens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were glaring at Heavenly Martial Holy Land's disciples, and naturally, the other side was not willing to be outdone and glared back, as if they were water and fire. Yang Kai was amazed. Although he was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, to be honest, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, and he didn't know what kind of enmity they had with Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The moment the disciples met, they were silently confronting each other. The two temple masters and holy masters above were not easy to worry about, but the disciples below were not soft persimmons, and the same was true for the elders in the middle. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Morong Xiao and the other's eyes meeting with the four from the Emperor realm of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. And there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. What the hell? Yang Kai was confused. Among the four elders of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, a young man walked out. The young man was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were cold and sharp, like a fierce beast hibernating in his body, ready to burst out at any time. This young man's eyes were also very strange, one blue and the other red, looking very strange. Wuchang. Just like his name. Each of the top sects in the Southern Territory had a rising star in each generation. The rising star of Azure Sun Temple was Xiaosheng. The rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land was Zhuang Bufan. And the rising star of Orthodoxy Temple was Wuchang. Yang Kai had dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm, and knew that this guy was difficult to deal with. He seemed to have a special physique, and his individual combat strength was extremely strong. In the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory, Xiaosheng was defeated by him, and was ranked second in the individual battle. Although he regained some face in the group battle, when it came to the number one youth in the Southern Territory, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Wuchang, not Xiaosheng. Of course, Lan Sun from Star Soul Palace was also very good, but Star Soul Palace would not send disciples to participate in the martial gathering, so there was no ranking. Yang Kai secretly wondered if the two sects were fighting like this because of the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory. In the individual battle, Xiaosheng was suppressed by others, and the Azure Sun Temple was quite unconvinced. In the group battle, the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was suppressed by the Azure Sun Temple, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was definitely not comfortable. Wu Chang's two different colored eyes glanced at everyone, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Xiaosheng didn't come?" He seemed to be a little disappointed. Yang Kai said, "Brother Xia was guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave." "Coward!" Wu Chang coldly snorted. Xiao Baiyi's drooping eyes suddenly raised, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Wu Chang. Morong Xiao also looked at Wu Chang angrily. As soon as they met, Wu Chang scolded someone, and the person he scolded was Xiaosheng, the leader of Azure Sun Temple. Who in Azure Sun Temple could swallow this insult? Feng Ming glanced over, intentionally or unintentionally, but he had no intention of stopping them. He was still talking and laughing with Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan also pretended not to hear. It was not appropriate for him, the temple master, to intervene in the confrontation between the people below. The same was true for Ma Qing. Although the three top sects in the Southern Territory often cooperated, the competition was also fierce. Everyone wanted to suppress the others, but with Star Soul Palace sitting at the top, no one dared to fall out, so it was not a big deal to let the people below make a scene. Chapter 3242. Why are you scolding me? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wu Chang sneered. He doesn't even dare to see me, isn't that cowardly? Morong Xiao said angrily. Brother Xia is busy. It's not that he doesn't dare to see you. Wu Chang clasped his hands behind his back and said, Everyone has excuses. He's just afraid of being embarrassed by this king again, right? That's not it. Morong Xiao still wanted to argue, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and said flatly, I have also heard about what happened at the last martial gathering. A moment of pride is nothing, but before I came, Brother Xia said that junior brother Wu Chang is a very enthusiastic person, so I must accompany you. He hadn't even seen Xiaosheng recently, so it was impossible for him to give such an explanation. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face? Naturally, he had to refute and stabilize his momentum first. You? Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and nodded slightly. You have some qualifications. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Maybe it'll be a surprise. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. This son of a bitch, don't fall into my hands, or I'll teach you a lesson. Shameless boasting. Wu Chang sneered. Chun Wenhao turned his head and shouted. Wu Chang, shut up. This is Orthodoxy Temple. Don't be presumptuous. Gao Shueting also said, Stop talking. Wu Chang's face was filled with resentment, but he knew he couldn't refute his elder's face in front of outsiders. so he simply waved his hand and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai and the others naturally didn't bother to continue arguing, so the disturbance disappeared. After all, everyone knew that in this situation, no one could fight. Arguing would only make them look like fools. When Zishan chuckled, young people are really full of youthful vigor, not bad, not bad. Feng Ming was non-committal as he cupped his fists and said, most of the southern mountain ranges' fellow Taoists have arrived. The hall master is currently accompanying them. This way, please. He then turned to Zhuang Bufan and said, Little Fan, lead the two seniors to the guest hall. Yes. Zhuang Bufan responded and stretched out his hand. Everyone please. Feng Ming said, Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma, please forgive me. I have duties to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to accompany you. Elder Feng is too polite, let's chat later. When Zishan smiled slightly and followed behind Zhuang Bufan towards the top of the mountain. Ma Qing also nodded at him. He led the group of people from the heavenly martial Holy Land and followed closely behind. This time, there was no competition. As the group of people walked further and further away, Feng Ming suddenly looked back and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He frowned slightly. When there was no one around, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. No one knew who he was sending a message to. When the group was halfway there, they came to a fork in the road. On both sides, there were disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace waiting. When they saw people, they bowed and extended their hands in invitation. Zhuang Bufan turned his head and said, Seniors, please make arrangements for the disciples participating in the martial meet. This group of people was going to rest at the top of the mountain, and only those from the Emperor realm were qualified to do so. The disciples behind them naturally couldn't follow. Everyone was well aware of this. Wen Zishan turned his head and gestured to Gao Xueting. Gao Xueting immediately arranged for a group of disciples from Azure Sun Temple to follow an attendant to the right path. Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the left path. The disciples of the two forces didn't get along very well. If they were really arranged to stay together, it was likely that a fight would break out before the martial meet began tomorrow. One must know that at this time, there were no elders from the Emperor realm to suppress them. The remaining group of people followed Wu Chang up the stairs again. The people from the two forces were divided into two groups. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the mountain. A magnificent palace with an extraordinary aura came into view. There were already attendants waiting outside the palace. Zhuang Bufan led a group of people into the palace. When they entered, a burst of noise came, causing Yang Kai, Morong Xiao Xiao, and the others to look at each other. They didn't expect it to be so lively. Looking around, they were a little surprised. There were no less than 500 to 600 people gathered in the palace, most of whom were masters from the Emperor realm. Attendants shuttled back and forth, and the palace was filled with tables with fruits and delicacies, as well as fine wine. The palace was full of guests, and it was very lively. From time to time, there would be people shuttling back and forth, raising their cups, and inviting people to drink. In the middle of the palace, a group of more than 40 young girls were dancing. Their clothes were not revealing, and each of them was full of youthfulness. Their faces were also beautiful, and their waists were graceful. As they danced, some people smiled and looked at them. Although these dancers had been arranged by the Orthodoxy Hall to liven things up, the Orthodoxy Hall's status was still there, so they wouldn't spend too much effort in this aspect. If they were dressed too skimpily, others would inevitably look down on them. So the current arrangement made the Orthodoxy Hall look even more imposing. However, most people's attention was not on them. This was the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, and the sect masters and patriarchs of various sects were gathered here. This was the time to build relationships, so who would have the time to pay attention to them? It was not easy for people from the Emperor realm to gather together, and the martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a good platform for this gathering. As soon as Wen Zishan and Ma Qing let a group of people in, someone put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up to salute. Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma. As soon as the voice came out, the noisy hall quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and greeted him. Wen Zishan had a smile on his face as he bowed to everyone. Under Zhuang Bufan's lead, he walked all the way to the front. Ma Qing, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead with a cold expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was like this. It was not that he did not give face to others. At the head of the table, a burly man in black clothes looked over with a smile. He turned his head and said to a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance sitting on his right, "I told you, those two would definitely arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, aren't they here now?" The scholarly man smiled and said, "Brother Lei is truly a genius." Besides Orthodoxy Temple's temple master Lei Gu, no one else had the qualifications to sit at the head of the table here. This scholarly man was obviously a sect master from one of the Southern Territories sects. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his seat was very close to the front. "Brother Lei." Wen Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists. Lei Gu stood up and said, "The two of you must be tired from the long journey. Please take a seat first." Although there were many tables in the hall, and many people were seated, the 4 tables at the front were empty, and no one dared to occupy them. These 4 tables were obviously reserved for people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing separated to the left and right, each leading their respective elders to sit on the left and right. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing naturally each occupied a table, while the few elders they brought along squeezed together in one corner. Azure Sun Temple's side had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, so one table was full. Immediately, a maid came forward to pour wine for everyone. Lei Gu slowly stood up, raised his cup high, and said in a clear voice, "This is the Southern Territories martial gathering, a grand event. I am indebted to the Southern Territories fellow Taoists for holding this martial gathering in my Orthodoxy Temple. This Lei and my Orthodoxy Temple will do our best to create a fair competition for everyone in the Southern Territory. We will not show any favoritism. Here, I wish all of your sect's disciples victory and prosperity in the martial Tao, passing down the torch of our Southern Territory. This little wine is not enough to show my respect. Please drink to your heart's content." "Thank you, Temple Master Lei." In the hall, everyone responded in unison, raised their cups and drank together. The scene was lively. A toast was Lei Gu's etiquette as the host, followed by everyone's free time. Tomorrow was the day of the martial gathering, and at that time, it would not be so harmonious. Casualties and losses among the disciples were inevitable. Many people from Azure Sun Temple's table came to toast, but most of them came because of Gao Shueting's face. Luo Chen did not have many connections, so he did not have this privilege. Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiao purely came to broaden their horizons, and did not know many people from the Emperor realm. So naturally, no one paid attention to them. Yang Kai took the time to ask Morong Xiao about it, and understood why the relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was a bit stiff. Things were as he expected. It was indeed because of the previous martial gathering. In the individual and group battles, both sides fought for first and second place. So naturally, there was some competition. Half an hour later, Lei Gu, Wen Zishan, and Ma Qing left early. The 3 of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's martial gathering. Although Orthodoxy Temple was in charge of the roster and the layout of the venue, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing still had to check it out. After the 3 of them left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became livelier. It was obvious that the 3 of them gave off some pressure. Yang Kai drank and ate while looking around, looking a little bored. To be honest, he was a little interested in the martial gathering at first. But after coming here, he found that it was just SOSO. If this matter had not been brought to him, he would have wanted to go home now. Although there wouldn't be any major problems with the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust hadn't settled yet, so he couldn't be at ease if he didn't personally oversee it. The main reason was that his cultivation was high now. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the competition between Tao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't arouse his interest. He had already killed a lot of people from the Emperor Realm, so how could he be in the mood to watch these small fights? However, since Azure Sun Temple had given him the nod, he could only accompany them. Suddenly, He remembered something and turned to Gao Shueting. Senior Sister Gao, what did that guy Wu Chang mean when he said that Brother Xia was afraid of losing to him again? Is this martial gathering going to have a competition between people from the Emperor realm? Gao Shueting said. There won't be a martial gathering, but there will be after the martial gathering. Participation is voluntary, and there are no rewards. It's purely an exchange. Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind. If Wu Chang provoked him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. No matter what kind of special constitution he had, he couldn't be stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, right? Yang Kai thought that with his current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to face a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he used all his cards, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have to stand aside. He just didn't know if Wu Chang would give him this opportunity. Raising his cup to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Chang looking in his direction. His blue and red eyes were extremely strange. Yang Kai sneered and showed a look of disdain, which almost made Wu Chang's nose crooked. Chapter 3243. Late at night, the banquet was over. The people from Azure Sun Temple were led by a maid to their lodging. It didn't take long for them to reach a mountain peak that was full of world energy. The scenery was beautiful, and the soft moonlight poured down on the earth, illuminating the surroundings. There was a brightly lit palace on the peak. It was where the people from Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had also come here to rest. The maid led everyone here and left respectfully. Someone else led them to the guest room. Not long after, everything was arranged. After a little tidying up, Yang Kai's heart moved. He took out a communication artifact and checked it. He frowned, opened the door and walked out. He turned a corner, came to another room, and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Gao Shueting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wen Zishan, Luo Chen, Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiaoxiao in the room. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan shook a jade slip in his hand. "I have something to do." Saying so, he flicked the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He closed the door and scanned it with his divine sense. He was surprised. What is this? Inside the jade slip was a list of names, each name corresponding to a number, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He saw his own name on the list, and it appeared more than once. Gao Shueting explained, "We led the team here not only to urge the disciples to work hard, but also to act as judges." Judges? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, Gao Shueting explained. The martial gathering is divided into 3 levels: Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. Let's not talk about the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm for now. The fights between Dao Source Realm disciples can't be underestimated. They need the Emperor Realm to be the judge. First, to ensure the fairness of the competition, and second, to ensure that no one dies during the competition. After hearing what she said, Yang Kai understood a little. Although the martial gathering was in the nature of a competition, if they really fought, the situation would change in an instant. It was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties. And if they wanted to avoid this, they would naturally need a stronger cultivator to stand guard. A competition between Dao Source Realm cultivators could only be stopped or rescued by the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, if 100 or 80 people died in a martial assembly, no one would look good. After knowing this, Yang Kai carefully looked at the jade slip and said, "In other words, I need to be in charge of combat ring number 8 for a total of 5 days? Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Yes, the martial gathering will last for a month. In the individual battles, Junior Brother Yang, you'll be in charge of arena number 8. Remember the time, and the others will take turns to guard the arena." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he remembered. This time, there were so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so even if the martial gathering lasted for a month, he only needed to watch for 5 days. Naturally, the rest would be taken turns. He couldn't be the only one watching for 30 days. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "Wouldn't this give some people a chance to cheat? If one of their own sect's disciples went up, it would be inevitable that they would take care of him. When Zishan chuckled, "They're all people who care about face. Even if there's an opportunity, no one will do it too obviously. They will try to ensure fairness. Besides, other than you referees in charge of each arena, there will be others who will be watching the various arenas. It won't be easy to cheat," Gao Shueting said. "In any case, just remember one thing. Don't let anyone die. As for other situations, you'll have to take care of yourself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll do my best." He didn't take it too seriously, although it was the first time in his life that he was a referee. With his current strength, protecting 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators in a battle without risking his life was not a problem. In addition to Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, Morong Xiao, and the others also had this task. Everyone would be referees for about 5 days. When Zishan gave a few more instructions before the crowd dispersed, Gao Shueting took out her communication artifact and called the participating disciples over, giving them another round of instructions. At the same time, on another spirit peak, in a secret room, a burly man was sitting on the ground. Black chi was wrapped around his body, filling the entire secret room. It kept turning and swimming around like a spirit snake, looking extremely terrifying. There was a knock on the door, and the burly man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black, without the slightest trace of whiteness. A timid person would probably be scared half to death if they saw this. Just as he opened his eyes, the black chi wandering in the secret room seemed to be summoned and retracted into his body. His black eyes gradually returned to their original color, and the black chi disappeared, making him look no different from an ordinary person. "Come in," a majestic voice sounded. The door was opened, and an elderly man stepped in. The burly man looked up at him. "Why is that guy here?" The elderly man frowned and said, "I'm also surprised. I haven't heard any news about him for more than 10 years. It is said that he has long left the Southern Territory. I don't know why he would appear at this time." The burly man said, "What the hell is Wen Zishan doing? It can't be that he specifically called him here because of the martial meeting, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence." The burly man coldly snorted. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, this person can't be left alive. He's a hindrance to our grand plan." The elderly man raised his brow. "Master, you mean? Prevention is better than cure. Find a way to get rid of him." The elderly man was silent for a moment, then frowned and said, "This person is not easy to get rid of. If it's easy to get rid of him, then why did I call you here? The martial meeting is scheduled for a month. Think of a safe way to get rid of him within a month. Be sure to leave no traces behind." "Yes." The elderly man cupped his hands. Seeing that there were no more orders, he retreated. He came to the door of the secret room and sighed. If it was just an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, then it would be fine. They could find more people to get rid of him. But this person was somewhat unusual. He controlled the law of space. Even if he couldn't beat him, his ability to escape was first class. Once he escaped, the news would be leaked, and they would fail. This was difficult. After thinking for a long time, the elderly man finally made up his mind. It seemed that he could only find someone from that side to make a move. Only someone from that side could get close to him without him noticing, and give him a fatal blow. After making up his mind, he hurriedly left. The sky was clear and blue for thousands of miles. In the huge basin surrounded by mountains on all sides, flags were fluttering and heads were moving. This was the place where the martial meeting was held in the Southern Territory. In the entire Southern Territory, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the Orthodoxy Palace. Other than this basin, there was no other place that could accommodate so many people to compete together. In the basin, there were hundreds of arenas scattered like chess pieces. They were all meticulously built and protected by arrays. It was enough to allow hundreds of cultivator pairs to fight on the arenas together. Halfway up the mountain to the east, there was a row of newly built huts with tables set up. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the mountain valley. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Southern Territory's great sects came here in 2s and 3s, and after some polite greetings, they sat down one after another. The people from the 3 great sects naturally sat at the top. On the first day of the martial meeting, whether they were willing or not, the leaders of the three great powers all showed up. Because there were even more important people on the stage, they couldn't afford to be careless. In the valley, tens of thousands of cultivator pairs who were about to participate in the martial meeting held their breaths. The tense atmosphere spread. Many people looked up at the mountainside with reverence, secretly fantasizing about when they would be able to sit there. And this martial meeting was definitely the best platform for carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. As long as they could perform outstandingly in the martial meeting, those with good backgrounds would receive more resources to nurture, and those with poor backgrounds might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. In the stands, the people from the Emperor realm couldn't understand this feeling, so they continued to chat and laugh. Suddenly, a streak of light came from afar and landed on the stands. "They're here." Lei Gu smiled slightly and stood up first. Everyone else also quickly stood up. Originally, there were people who were secretly surprised at who dared to fly so arrogantly in the Orthodoxy Palace. But after seeing Lei Gu's expression, they could guess a thing or two. How could they dare to be careless? The light landed in front of the crowd, revealing several figures. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance and a vigorous aura. Surprisingly, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The people behind him, regardless of their cultivation, were all dignified and had extraordinary temperaments. The people from Star Soul Palace had arrived, and it was Xiao Yuyang. "Greetings, Brother Xiao." Lei Gu and the others cupped their fists. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "No need to be so polite, this Xiao has arrived late." Every martial meeting in the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace would appear. After all, it was a matter of the entire Southern Territory. As the guardian god of the Southern Territory and the Overlord sect, Star Soul Palace naturally had to participate, but they didn't send their disciples to participate. Instead, they were here to supervise. Not late, the timing is just right." Lei Gu chuckled. Although their cultivations were about the same, Xiao Yuyang was here on behalf of Star Soul Palace, so how could he not give face? After inviting Xiao Yuyang to take a seat and casually exchanging a few words, Xiao Yuyang said, "It's about time, let's begin." Lei Gu nodded and winked at Feng Ming. Feng Ming stepped forward, took out a scroll, spread it out with both hands and read aloud. "Today, tens of thousands of young talents from the Southern Territory have gathered here for the martial meeting. Orthodoxy Temple is honored. With Star Soul Palace taking the lead, we have drawn up a few rules. We hope all participants will abide by them. If anyone violates them, they will be severely punished." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of his Emperor Qi, it spread throughout the mountain valley, allowing tens of thousands of people to listen attentively. There weren't many rules, and if there were too many restrictions, it wouldn't be interesting. But there were still some restrictions. For example, if someone had already admitted defeat, they couldn't be ruthless. Another example was that no spirit pills could be taken during the competition, especially those that could stimulate one's potential and increase one's cultivation. Once discovered, not only would the person involved be punished, the sect behind them would also suffer. Every martial meeting had these rules. Before coming, the elders of their respective sects would repeatedly remind them of these rules, so the tens of thousands of people naturally knew them by heart. But they still had to follow the necessary procedures. For a time, only Feng Ming's voice echoed throughout the mountain valley. After the rules were read out, it was time to read out the rewards. This was the highlight of the competition. Everyone had come here to compete for these benefits, so the tens of thousands of people in the mountain valley immediately raised their heads in anticipation. Chapter 3244. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the three great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, They would also be able to enter the secret lands of the three great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the three great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation: Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul. Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the three great sects contained a cultivator's essence, chi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these three places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first place winners were always from the three great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the three great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the three great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the three great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the three secret lands were reduced to 2. The third place winner could choose a sect to join, and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Fong! Fong! The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. One after another, they landed on the chest-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience, he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old, and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Kai Yong glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between two realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life or death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa sex jade chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa sex jade chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down, you're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was one minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet. How do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm young Kai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, the two of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand, giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring, and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. I am the referee of the 8th ring, and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up? But the referee couldn't side with anyone, and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others, and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic, and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back, and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different, and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost!" As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle. One foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yang Kai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation. He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Chapter 32:45. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Guang. With a loud bang, the black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air, before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented, if Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity, and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, both of them were extremely strong in the Dao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The 4 Seasons realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Dao Source realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chang, and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the two men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura, and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth, and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivator. In a short while, the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these two opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her two ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-clothed man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber, and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die! The black-clothed man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear, and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless, and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in midair, she changed the hand seal in her hand again. The black-clothed man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment. He was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source chi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. I admit defeat, he hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more, and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word admit defeat, Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time, he raised his other hand, and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in midair. The black-clothed man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly, because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-clothed man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back, and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-clothed man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist, and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury, although it was not life-threatening. If she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Qi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously, she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win?" Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, "Contestant 301 wins." Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise, and she smiled happily. When the black-clothed man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore, because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-clothed man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, "Who is her fellow disciple?" Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. "Senior, take her away and treat her." Yang Kai waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fists to Yang Kai before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Yang Kai stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, "Number 605 against number 8036. Chapter 3246. Perhaps it was because the battle between Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man had a good start. But the following cultivators were all trying their best to show off. They used all kinds of magical techniques and fought fiercely. Some of the fights were really not bad, making Kai Yang nod his head repeatedly. But there were also some fights that were dull and boring, with nothing to write home about. If it wasn't for his duty as a referee, Kai Yang would have already dozed off. A day passed, and when evening came, the sounds of fighting in the various arenas in the valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested and waited for the next battle. Yang Kai also returned to the spirit peak that belonged to the Azure Sun Temple. He was exhausted from the day. In fact, he only stood in the arena and watched. He didn't fight many times, but it was very tiring to maintain his focus. After resting for 2 hours, Gao Shueting sent a message to him, asking him to come over. Yang Kai had no choice but to open the door and go out. Outside the hall, several elders of the Azure Sun Temple from the Emperor Realm were waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, when Zishan
Unfortunately,
grinned,
let's go.
The two of them had just broken through to
Yang
the
Kai
Emperor
couldn't
Realm
help
not
but
long
be
ago.
suspicious,
So they didn't have enough
get
wealth
there.
to exchange
When
with
Zishan
others,
had a
so they could
mysterious
only
look
sigh.
on his face
In the middle
as he
of the
led
night,
everyone in a
the
certain
exchange
direction.
meeting ended
Halfway through,
and everyone
he
returned
asked
to their
Gao
own
Shueting.
places.
The
And
next
found out
day,
that they were going
the
to
martial
participate
gathering
in a
began
conference.
again.
The
And the
martial
mountain
gathering
valley
in the
that
southern
had been
territory
silent all
was a
night
grand
was
occasion.
lively again.
Tens of
Yang Kai
thousands
didn't
of
join in the
cultivators
fun
in
again,
the southern
and
territory
just sat in
gathered
his
in
guest
one
room
place
to rest.
and hundreds
Today,
of
he didn't need
cultivators
to be
from
a
the Emperor
referee,
Realm gathered
with
in
nothing
one
to
place.
do,
It
he
was an
simply
extremely
entered the
rare
small
scene
sealed world
during
to
the day.
investigate.
A group
Recently,
of cultivators from
he had
the
been
Emperor
busy,
Realm were
so he didn't
responsible
pay
for
much
acting
attention
as
to the
judges
situation
and
of the
maintaining
small
the
sealed
order of the
world.
martial gathering.
Now that he finally
At
had
night,
some free time,
it was time for the
he naturally
cultivators
wanted
from
to
the
take a
Emperor
look.
Realm to
As
gather
soon as
and
he
enter
entered
the
the small
small sealed
sealed
world.
This was also
Yang
the
Kai
custom
felt
of
that there was
every
an
martial
invisible
gathering,
will in this
with
world
so many
that was paying
cultivators from
attention
the
to
Emperor
him.
Realm.
As if
Everyone
a
had
sleeping
some
dragon
good stuff
had
on
raised
hand.
its eyes to
It
look at
wasn't
him
worth
for a
it to
moment
sell these
before
things,
closing them again.
but they could be
Yang
exchanged
Kai
with
knew
others
that it was
for
the will
treasures
of the
they
rolling
needed.
stone.
Of course,
So he
as
didn't
the
take it
host,
to heart.
the
In the
Orthodoxy
Star
Temple
territory,
would also collect
using
many
the small
treasures
sealed world as a
and take
carrier,
them out to attract
he used
others
the
during the martial
heaven-devouring great
gathering.
emperor to
This
devour
wasn't the only
cultivation
exchange
stars.
meeting.
There would be an
Inadvertently
exchange
giving birth
meeting
to a
on the
trace
first
of will
night,
in the entire
and
small
another every
sealed
5
world.
days,
And even
there would be a
transforming
total
it
of
into a
6
rolling
meetings,
stone.
It was
which could be
guaranteed
said
that
to be a
everyone
great
from the
gain.
Emperor Realm would
However,
gain
the
something.
Rolling Stone didn't
Hearing
have
that it
much
was an exchange
self-awareness.
meeting,
Its
Yang Kai
existence
was also
very
interested.
strange.
When
And
they
Yang Kai
arrived,
still didn't know
they
how
saw
it was
hundreds
born.
of people from
Even
the
if he
Emperor
was given
Realm
another
gathered in a
chance,
large
he
hall.
couldn't guarantee
Although
that
there
he
were
could
many
make a
people,
second
it
rolling
wasn't
stone.
noisy.
Only
Today's
the small
surging
sealed
spiritual
world was
energy
vast and full
indicated
of vitality.
that these people were
The Rolling
secretly
Stone had
communicating
devoured
with each
several
other.
cultivation
After the
stars
people
in the
from the
territory
Orthodoxy
of the
Hall
Great
arrived,
Desolate Star.
a simple
Not
opening
only did
speech
it
was
integrate
given,
the
and the
territory of those
exchange officially
cultivation
began.
stars,
As the
but the
host,
creatures that
the
lived on those
Orthodoxy
cultivation
Palace was the
stars
first
were
to
now
throw
all
out a few
living in the small
extraordinary
sealed
treasures,
world. The
stirring up
existence of
everyone's
these creatures
enthusiasm
brought about birth,
Soon
old
after,
age, there were
illness
people
and
who
death
took out
becoming
things they
living,
didn't want to
becoming
trade for
breaking
things in the
and
hands of
emptiness.
others,
Allowing
during
this
this
world
period,
to have an initial
the
cycle
exchange
of
meeting was just a
reincarnation.
platform.
Inexplicably,
As for how to make sure
Yang
both
Kai
sides
felt that
didn't
today's
suffer a
small
loss,
sealed world
that would
was
need
a little
to be
different
discussed
from
in private.
before.
Azure
It seemed
Sun
that this
Temple
was the
didn't
real
make
world.
any moves for
With
the
just a
time
thought,
being.
an
Yang Kai
invisible
didn't
and
know what the
magnificent
others were
force
thinking,
was added to his
but
body,
he didn't see anything
making
that
Yang Kai
interested
feel
him.
like he was the
Now
real
that his
world.
knowledge and
World
experience
force.
were far greater
Only
than
by
before,
comprehending the world
ordinary
force
treasures
could one be
couldn't tempt him,
qualified to become
so he was
great
mainly
emperors.
here to watch the
Yang
fun.
Kai,
On the
who
other
clearly
hand,
felt this power,
Xiao Bai
was
and
pleasantly
Morong Xiao Xiao
surprised.
seemed to be very
Although he could
interested in
control
many
the small
things.
sealed world before, he didn't feel the world force from this world so easily. It seemed that after the Rolling Stone devoured several cultivation stars and countless creatures, it had really changed this world. Although he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now, he would never stop at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even if his future was full of thorns, he was destined to move forward bravely. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yang Kai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind, and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. A look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force. But his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Yang Kai was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Yang Kai wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength, and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Yang Kai using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Yang Kai found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on. But unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. At this moment, they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Yang Kai greatly, as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for 2 reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Yang Kai had the means to expel them, it would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Yang Kai would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the mini cultivator gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces, because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, no one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. Chapter 3247. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the World. Who would dare to stay where they were? They all fled. Two delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Yang Kai, they bowed. Master. These were Mu Zhu and Mu Lu that Yang Kai had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Mu Zhu swept her eyes over Yang Kai and covered her red lips. Master, are you injured? With Yang Kai's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Yang Kai weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The two wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered, and one stood in front of Yang Kai while the other flew behind Yang Kai. At the same time, they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Yang Kai. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Yang Kai's body. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Yang Kai also knew what the two were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Yang Kai felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength, and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Yang Kai or not. But, judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Yang Kai's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Yang Kai suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. Thank you. Yang Kai thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, Master, you are too polite. Yang Kai stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Yang Kai had never carefully taken care of them, because there was the immortal tree here. The immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth-veined stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan green and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits, because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before. So there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous, as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked over and saw a leaf of the immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, Do you usually sleep on those leaves? Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other and the former said, Is it not good? If it is not good, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want. Thank you, Master. Yang Kai smiled and said, Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you. The Wood Spirit clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Yang Kai did not expect that Mu Lu would force 2 of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the 2 wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These 2 precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the Wood Spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, "Master, we decided to plant some things here." I see. Yang Kai had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were, since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Yang Kai objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of objecting. "Plant whatever you want, there's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here." "Thank you, Master." Mu Zhu smiled, but hesitated to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate." Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu and pushed her. Mu Lu blushed and said shyly, "Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small." The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits, it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mu Lu or Mu Zhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. "Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu thought for a moment and said, "Double? What other requests do you have?" Mu Lu lowered her head and said, "If Master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great." "No problem." Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The 2 wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit, but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse, and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The 2 wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the Wood Spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night, he called Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time, Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time, he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Na. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, the two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally, there wouldn't be too many. Yang Kai could only wait until the end of this martial gathering and return to the Northern Territory to think of a way. He believed that by then, with the help of the entire Northern Territory, collecting some seeds would be a piece of cake. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The door opened, and a woman dressed as a maid stood outside. She bowed and said, "Elder Yang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." This maid was arranged by the Orthodoxy Temple to serve them. In truth, the Emperor realm didn't need to serve them. They were only here to run errands and do odd jobs. Who is it? Yang Kai felt a little strange. Since it was someone who wanted to see him, it was definitely someone with a lower status than him. Yang Kai couldn't think of anyone who would want to see him at this time. It's a woman. She said she's here to thank Elder Yang for saving her life. She seems to be called Jade. Chapter 3248. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day, he was the referee, so when the jade chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." Yes. The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yu Chuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was, or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days, and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He had been conferred the title of guest elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade, and was gradually forgotten. Yu Chuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her, they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks." Yu Chuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more, and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured, and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yuchuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa sect's disciple Yuchuan greets Senior. Yuchuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yuchuan's eyes met, Yuchuan's eyes and smiled. Use Yuchuan. Yuzhua raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, "A few days ago, I was saved by Senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty. Miss Yu, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act." Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for Senior's spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill, she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. She suspected that the spirit pill was an emperor pill, because only an emperor pill would have such a powerful effect, allowing her to recover on the second day. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but didn't comment. Logically speaking, as a judge, he shouldn't have given the contestants any spirit pills. However, he did it secretly and believed that no one would notice. The jade pendant also wouldn't spread the news. Moreover, it was given after the competition, so it didn't matter. Jade Chakram took a step forward and raised the clothes in her hands slightly. "I've washed Senior's clothes and have come to return them." Yang Kai nodded. "Put them down." He didn't reach out to take them. It was just a set of ordinary clothes. At the time, he had casually taken them out to cover Jade Chakram's wounds, and didn't think of taking them back. However, this woman's actions made Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Jade Chakram obediently put the clothes in her hands to the side, and turned her head, curiously looking around the room. She didn't show any fear, but instead appeared natural and unrestrained. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Is there anything else?" Although the door wasn't closed to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't be good for a man and woman to be seen in the same room. Not to mention he was now a judge. How could he privately interact with the contestants participating in the martial meet? If word of this got out, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be slandered. Yang Kai's words had the intention of sending her off. Obviously, Jade Chakram wasn't stupid, and understood the meaning behind his words. Quickly taking out a set of beautiful clothes from her space ring, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior's great kindness, Jade Chakram will always remember. I didn't know what to give Senior as a thank you gift, but I just happened to see a set of good clothes in the market and bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer, obviously feeling that it wasn't appropriate for a woman to give a man clothes. But she really didn't know what to give Yang Kai as a thank you gift. Yang Kai's cultivation was obvious, and he had given her an emperor pill to heal her wounds. Obviously, he was quite wealthy. With her financial resources, even if she went bankrupt to buy something, it would probably be of little value to Yang Kai. Rather than waste it, she simply bought a new set of clothes. She had dirtied one of Yang Kai's clothes, so giving him a new one could be considered returning the favor. Regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap, it was still a token of goodwill. Glancing at the extremely beautiful clothes, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone had given him clothes, and it was someone he hadn't had much contact with, and a woman at that. If this scene were seen by others, it would be difficult for them not to misunderstand. Staring at Jade Chakram thoughtfully, Yang Kai said lightly, "As the referee of the martial meet, I will be impartial on the stage. Saving you is only part of my duty. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture, because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same." The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Yang Kai suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded. "Senior is right. Young Kai stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior. Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes. How could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Yang Kai took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on, mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it, he would definitely look flashy. Yang Kai didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Yang Kai observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest. Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now. Is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, There is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, Where is it? It's just below a canyon, not far from here. If Senior wants to go, I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction. I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, It doesn't matter. My competition today is over anyway. There's nothing else for me to do. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square, so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand. Senior is too polite. After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Chi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day, based on her performance at that time. No matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful, and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the dragon gate. If at the end of the martial gathering, someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, The sect has been very kind to me, and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect. After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple? She looked embarrassed, as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just asked casually, that's not what I meant. Oh. Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down. We're here, that's the city square. Chapter 3249. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon inside the caves, there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy Temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy Temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy Temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered here. So naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one. But Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped, and he walked directly in with Yu Chua. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place, and their personalities were cheerful and lively. So after arriving here, they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Senior, what do you want to buy here?" Although she was walking backwards, it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. "I want to buy some seeds." Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the wood bead and wood dew's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before, he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds. Yu Chua was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this. But after thinking for a while she said, "I know where they are, Senior, come with me." Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd, like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Yu's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little, and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue, and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Yu Zhuang also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day, they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. "Senior, what else do you want to buy?" Jade Chakram blinked at him. "Nothing for the time being." Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today." Jade Chakram smiled. Her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After a pause she said, "Then I'll go first. Senior, you should also go back and rest early." Yang Kai nodded, and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand, and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the Spirit Peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Morong Xiao Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Baiyi, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a 3rd Order Dao Source realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realm's exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shueting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day, he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, the results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, nor was it a disciple of the 3 great forces, but someone from the octagonal door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the octagonal door, Su Zi. This was a huge upset, causing the 3 great forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Su Zi, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the 4 Seasons realm, Su Zi asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible. But Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Su Zi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time, she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the Southern Territory, adding luster to the octagonal door. For this reason, the unknown octagonal door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the octagonal door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of octagonal door sect master. This time, Su Zi also won first place in the martial gatherings individual battle, which brought great glory to the octagonal door. Today the octagonal door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time, when he and Su Zi fully grew up, they were bound to lead the octagonal door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the martial gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the 3 great sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Su Zi would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top 3 this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles, only 1 referee was needed, but in the group battles, 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, Everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed.
She had already
It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder that something was related to the face of each sect, gradually became a little sticky. And young Kai was not Temple's disciples were all elites. How could he not know what she was thinking what the ranking was in the individual battles? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart. In the first few days of contact, they didn't meet any opponents at all until they met the disciples of the other two top sects. Although she was very careful to hide it. Young Kai was meditating again, so how when could a mate came to report that Young Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. That day, he really didn't want to provoke any woman every few days, and the matter was a legitimate reason for this visit. So he asked the maid to bring her in, that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai out from the door frame. At that time, and Yuchua smiled and young Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market. After several contacts, she found that young Kai was not arrogant, collect them, and was more familiar with young Kai. Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you? Young Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts, they were familiar with each other. Chapter 3250. Yu Chao stuck out her tongue and flashed into the house, taking out an animal skin bag and handing it to young Kai as if she was presenting a treasure. I found some more seeds for you, take a look. Young Kai reached out and took it, muttering, You don't need to find more in the future, it's enough. Yu Chao froze for a moment and nodded, looking a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up and asked, Senior, why do you collect these seeds? Young Kai smiled slightly and said, How could I not pay attention to what Madam told me? Madam? Yu Chao was obviously surprised. Senior, you have a madam? How come she had never heard of such a thing? These days, she had inquired a lot about young Kai, but there was no information about this at all. Young Kai nodded, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, I have several. Several? Yu Chao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, her mood suddenly becoming very lonely. She was no longer as lively as before, and when she learned that young Kai not only had a madam, but several, she obviously became a little absent-minded, casually chatting with young Kai for a while before taking the initiative to leave. Young Kai sent her to the door, looked at her departing back, and slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal his personal secrets, so he just hoped to cut the Gordian knot. The group battle was still going on in full swing. The more they went on, the more elite they were, and the more intense the fights were. The foundation of many sects in the southern mountain range could be seen through the group battle. The more they could stay at the end, the more powerful the sect behind them was. Naturally, none of the 3 major forces were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the final 3 places were contested by the 3 great forces. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won the competition at the Dao Source Realm level. Although they lost in the competition at the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm, it was not a big deal. The rankings had all been announced, and hundreds of the Emperor Realm's tens of thousands of participating disciples once again gathered in the mountain valley. Xiao Yuyang loudly announced the names of the top 10 in each stage of the competition and the rewards they received. The cultivator and sect whose name was called out all felt proud, while those who failed secretly swore to wipe away their shame at the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering came to an end, but the crowd did not disperse. According to tradition, the Orthodoxy Palace, as the host, would host a banquet on the last night. Whether it was the people from the Emperor Realm, who came to hold the line, or the tens of thousands of participating disciples, they were all invited. The banquet would be held at night, so it would take some time. Young Kai returned to his residence. Not long after, the maid came to inform him again that Yuzwa was asking for an audience. Young Kai felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, Just say I'm not here. Although he hadn't made it clear last time, he had made his intentions clear. Young Kai didn't know what Yuzwa was thinking, but he really didn't want to provoke her again. The maidservant looked at him curiously, not understanding why Kai Yang had treated Jade, so well a while ago. But today he didn't even want to see her face. However, this wasn't something she could control, so she could only obediently withdraw. Outside the hall, the maid returned and looked at Yuzua. Elder Yang isn't here. Yuzua asked curiously. I saw him come back. The maid smiled slightly. Perhaps he went out again. Yuzua obviously didn't believe her. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes, and there was no trace of him leaving. So how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. Thank you for your trouble. The maid shook her head and said, Young lady is too polite. Yuzua turned around, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously, and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in this scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart, and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, the valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here, and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, Where is Senior Sister Gao? He didn't see Gao Shueting. Morong Xiao replied. Senior Sister said she was feeling a little unwell, so she didn't come. Are you okay? Yang Kai asked with concern. Morong Xiao blushed a little and said, It's not a big deal. I just need to rest. Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it, and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wen Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. Brother Luo. Luo Chen turned to look at him and said lightly, Come with me. Where are we going? Yang Kai frowned. Just now, it was Luo Chen who quietly sent him a message, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luo Chen came here to participate in the Southern Territory Martial Meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Bai. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luo Chen was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Morong Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. Senior Sister Gao wants to see you, Luo Chen said and led the way. Senior Sister Gao. Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why was she being so mysterious? If Gao Shueting wanted to see him, she could have just come here directly. Why did she ask Luo Chen to pass the message? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai followed behind Luo Chen. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and said, Brother Luo, this isn't the way back. Looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were flying out of Orthodoxy Temple, which made him feel even more strange. However, Luo Chen, who was leading the way, didn't explain at all, which made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. His figure suddenly stopped as he stared at Luo Chen's back. Luo Chen also stopped and looked back at him. Brother Luo, what are you doing? Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Luo Chen repeated, Senior Sister Gao wants to see you. Yang Kai asked, Why does Senior Sister Gao want to see me? Luo Chen said, I'm only responsible for passing the message. I don't know the specifics. Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before suddenly flipping his hand and taking out a communication artifact. He poured his divine sense into it and contacted Gao Shueting. Luo Chen's actions made him feel a little suspicious, so he couldn't care less about offending Luo Chen at this time. He had to find Gao Shueting and clarify things first. The communication artifact quickly responded. Yang Kai, who had finished his investigation, was stunned. Gao Shueting really wanted to see him, but she didn't say anything and only said that he would know when he got there. After putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai cupped his hands awkwardly at Luo Chen. After all, his actions just now clearly showed that he didn't trust Luo Chen. But it turned out that he was overthinking things. Luo Chen was still the same as before. He didn't say a word and continued to lead the way. After a while, the two of them left Orthodoxy Temple. Naturally, no one stopped them along the way. Luo Chen sped along the way. About an hour later, Luo Chen pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Senior Sister Gao is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "You're not going?" Luo Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai was speechless. Serves you right for not having any friends. No one can get along with this bullshit personality of his. I really don't know how Gao Shueting made him move. Yang Kai looked in a direction. The mountain wasn't far away, so Yang Kai rushed over. When he landed on the top of the mountain, Yang Kai looked around. There was no one around. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but there were no traces of living beings. "Senior Sister Gao," Yang Kai shouted, but there was no response. He felt that tonight's events were even stranger. First, Luo Chen was asked by Gao Shueting to pass a message to him, but now that he was here, Gao Shueting was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she hasn't arrived yet? Suspicious, Yang Kai took out the communication artifact again and poured his divine sense into it. He wanted to ask Gao Shueting, but this time, Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. Just as he was focused on fiddling with the communication artifact, a shadow silently appeared behind him in the darkness. The shadow was like a wisp of black smoke that suddenly appeared without any warning. What was even stranger was that even though it was so close, Yang Kai didn't notice it at all. The shadow slowly condensed into a blurry figure that seemed to disperse in the wind. The figure raised a hand, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed it at Yang Kai's back at an extremely slow speed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The world was quiet, and only the sounds of birds and insects could be heard. Yang Kai was still fiddling with the communication artifact. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't notice the danger behind him at all. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his emperor qi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around, and threw out a punch. Chapter 3251. A violent burst of chi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Chi. Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating two long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace, and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he situation? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched a violent force passed through the dagger around the black shadow exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai beyond the black shadow's expectations. He had no choice but to circulate impossible to guard against. With all his might now did the black shadow realize that this person in front of it blood was not to be trifled with. Who are you? No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first, and had contacted he might have really ruined his coming here. So he did not think too much about it. And would have thought that he would be attacked. The black shadow began to collapse. This was obviously a premeditated assassination behind the black shadow. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. Came from the black hole. What role did Luo Chun and Gao Shuating play in this whole process? This black shadow was too dangerous about it. Even the Moonblade could not kill it. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis and investigate its identity and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. The exile secret technique was a divine technique later that could banish the target and to avoid crack, and continue to push how weak the black shadow was. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense. It would not be able to not see the true face and would eventually die of old age. He could not even detect any vitality from it. Of nothingness and chaos. It seemed that it was really just a shadow, and not a physical body. Became a little flustered. Yang Kai was furious when a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth. The black shadow turned a blind eye suddenly appeared and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Holding a powerful artifact. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to have helpers so quickly. And these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai's space principles surged as he shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. The black shadow. Every one of them was a shadow let out a muffled groan recently, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. He had just met during the day. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. These people were actually from the Emperor realm had no effect on his opponent, large sects and even his families in the southern territory to participate in the martial gathering were not effective. However, at this moment, he was afraid that the aura coming from these people made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. Fortunately, looking up, the law of the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black chi. Under the compression of demonic chi. The black shadow in front of him was unable to bear it. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic chi, as a moon blade appeared, and their bodies and minds had become turning into a beautiful arc? How could there be demonic black shadow's body? In that moment, a burst of warm blood spread out. His body was already enveloped by a violent energy, but strangely a small bell suddenly appeared. However, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, showed a painful expression, enveloping Yang Kai. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, rivers, it had injured him. Fish and beasts on the bell seemed to make a second move, quickly swimming around. The black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Yang Kai did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Yang Kai's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the black shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Yang Kai did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously, they were trying to buy time for the Black Shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting midair. This old man was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor Realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. For people rushed out from the left and right sides, while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The two sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Yang Kai didn't know which sect's sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the three people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The three people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength, and their Emperor Qi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and rivers bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Yang Kai did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his Emperor Qi. First, her Emperor Qi was imprisoned. Then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out, and threw her into the mountains and rivers bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. So they didn't continue to fight, and instead scattered and fled. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop, watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the two people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. Then, his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Yang Kai in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Yang Kai, and with the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, Yang Kai immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Yang Kai's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Yang Kai's current physique and second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His Emperor Qi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the two Wit spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor Realm Master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Yang Kai was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Yang Kai was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The two Wit spirits were not only good at healing, but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the two, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color, but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, But when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 3252. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor realm masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today, he realized that the world was so big, and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that Black Shadow's sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Yang Kai was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chen had used Gao Shueting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting? Previously, he had contacted Gao Shueting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the Southern Territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Hung Luo Star Field to fight, the Southern Territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm, who had come to participate in the martial meet this time. And he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the Southern Territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yang Kai flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Yang Kai punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Yang Kai. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Yang Kai was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic chi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Yang Kai chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly glowed with a pale red light. Bloodthirst. In that ancient world, Yang Kai had fought with the demon race for many years. He had the experience of saving people who had become the demon race. The bloodthirst could effectively resist the erosion of the demonic chi, and with the help of his wizard spells, it should not be difficult to pull this old man back from becoming the demon race. However, the bloodthirst was formed by stimulating the blood essence of the cultivator. This old man was not young, so his lifespan would be affected. But how could Yang Kai care about this now? He just wanted to quickly understand today's matter, and then make plans. The bloodthirst was activated, and the spell changed again. This time it was exorcism. The old man instantly trembled like a sieve. His face twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. Wisps of black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. The black smoke disappeared as soon as it left his body. It was the demonic chi that had invaded his body. It was all purified by the exorcism. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his power, he still bared his teeth and roared at Yang Kai like a ferocious beast. It seemed that he would not stop until he bit off Yang Kai's flesh. The scene in front of Yang Kai reminded him of his past experience. In that ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race fought each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. If he had not experienced it himself, it would be difficult to imagine how cruel the war between the two races was. But soon, the old man's struggling and roaring subsided. The demonic chi overflowing from his 7 orifices became less and less, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. After a few dozen breaths, the old man collapsed to the ground, as if he had been fished out of the water. He blinked his eyes and asked blankly, "This what happened?" Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. "Do you recognize me?" The old man's vision gradually focused and he asked in surprise, "Are you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Don't you remember what happened to you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. After a while his face changed greatly. This old man just what happened? He seemed to have some impression of what happened just now. He was not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, "You were eroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race. When did you become the demon race? How did you become the demon race?" "Become the demon race?" The old man's face changed and became extremely pale. He laughed twice and shook his head. "Impossible, this is impossible." He still didn't believe it. He had been chasing those demonic wills in the Southern Territory for many years. He obviously knew what it meant to become the demon race. He had even seen others become the demon race. It was a real change in temperament. They didn't recognize their own family, and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Look at the 4 of them." The old man turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the 4 people were still wrapped in the dark demonic chi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. This afternoon, Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei. And then, I don't remember much. Feng Ming Legu? Yang Kai's face changed. To be called Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei by him. There were probably only 2 people in the entire Southern Territory. If these 2 people were the main culprits. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. "That's right." The old man slowly shook his head. "It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Kai suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Then he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, "The world is going to change." He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With 4 people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these 4 people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first, and then find Yang Kai to rescue them later. Since that Elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other 4. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere, and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the 3 major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, saying, "There's news from that side. They failed." Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic qi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic qi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail? I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. "Trash." Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed, and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Yang Kai's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Chun and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Chun and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi, and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Chun and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man, and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the Southern Territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. Chapter 3253. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple. But the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect-protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of southern territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic qi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the space divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. Before she died, looks of it, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction. It hadn't reached the point of no return after so long. Yang Kai guessed that when Zishan body and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic qi, Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring Orthodoxy Temple. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. In front of the great array. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, towards the sky, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. Several dozen li away. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong in the void, turned his head when he heard from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple. You actually came back. But with the sect-protecting array blocking them, and then he rushed in that direction. They were all blocked. Yang Kai's many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Quite a few cultivators, who were currently running away. Hope in escaping. Right now, they were gathering to find another way directions. Screams, they stopped in front of him and shouted through the cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. Seniors, the people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone, sweeping his gaze around. Tall and sturdy figure suddenly froze as his hands were behind his back a few dozen meters away. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Lying on the ground. Demonic qi wrapped around his entire body. The face was familiar. As soon as he appeared, but there was a hole in the chest, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him. The slope where the corpse was lying. How the blood had not dried. The eyes were not third-layer supreme emperor, and the head was tilted to one side corroded by demonic thoughts. His originally dazzling eyes were now dim. An invisible flash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. He called out softly in an instant, but there was no response. Blood flowed like a river in the sect protecting great formation. The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ear before they died, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with Yang Kai and sneered. And the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. So what if I did? That he would hurt the beauty because of his passion. Yang Kai glanced at the sect protecting great formation to entangle himself with her. His boundless anger and guilt shut the door and put an end to it. He calmly said, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope. Legu said, as if she had some kind of premonition. Yang Kai pointed at him. If I don't destroy your Orthodoxy Temple, I swear I am not human. At this moment, a person suddenly shouted from inside, Yang Kai, Orthodoxy Temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help. Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Wen Zishan's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, Temple Master, what's the situation inside? It can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Wen Zishan wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan. Lei Gu suddenly grinned. Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising. Rely on you? In your dreams? Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, "Dragon vein!" He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox, to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique and a dragon vein. Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big. But where did this stone golem come from? It looked like a stone fire. But was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation. Yang Kai's figure was towering, and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if 2 mountains were crashing down. 2 huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting formation was broken by the avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky Sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy Temple. No matter how strong the sect protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his strides forward. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. He was actually extremely fast. His 20-meter-tall body arrived was in like front of the formation mountain. This time, he rolled along the way and trees fell down. Asterisk boom. A rumbling sound came. Asterisk the light Yang Kai turned his head, caved in again, and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Bounced back, causing his arm to go numb. It was even bigger. He couldn't help more of a commotion than him. The same thing happened to his avatar. Tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body that something was wrong. Stabilized himself. The Orthodoxy Temple on the other side, the avatar was the same. Could actually reflect brute force, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. He used, the Orthodoxy Temple's amount of protecting formation was very different from the High Sky avatar. If the High Sky also formation was also like this, secretly praising their luck, wouldn't have been able to break it so easily. The formation could reflect brute force. Lei Gu sneered when he saw the 2 monsters in front of them. The opportunity is right in front of you. There was probably no formation in the world if you don't cherish their wild attacks. When my demon race army flattens this world in the future, don't regret it. Demon race army. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a draconic roar, a golden dragon phantom punched out and hit the light screen of the formation. This time, ripples appeared on the light screen of the formation, but there were no signs of rebound. Yang Kai understood when he saw this. Sure enough, this spirit array could reflect brute force, but it could only resolve energy attacks. In other words, it was impossible to break this spirit array with brute force. This simply made the greatest advantage of him and his embodiment useless. Chapter 3254. Seeing this, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated and used their respective divine technique to attack the Orthodoxy Temple's array. In the ancient and profound dragon language, the secret techniques of the dragon race transformed into golden dragons that advanced one after another. The flames on the embodiment's body also burned fiercely, turning the place where he stood into a sea of fire that burned the array's light screen. For a moment, the array's light screen rippled and flashed wildly. Lei Gu snorted coldly when he saw this, and a flag appeared in his hand. He waved it and stabilized the array. Although he had been corrupted by demonic intent, and his temperament had changed greatly, almost turning him into a completely different person, he could still easily control everything that Lei Gu possessed. This array flag was the main array flag of the Orthodoxy Temple's sect-protecting array. With his ability to control it, the array formation immediately became impregnable. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If the array wasn't broken, how could he enter the Orthodoxy Temple? How could he save Wen Zishan and the others? How could he avenge those who had died? For a moment his heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he had no choice but to ask for help from Star Soul Palace? But if he delayed going back and forth for a few days, who knew what would happen to Wen Zishan and the others? They might be eroded by the demonic qi and become demons. Since Lei Gu dared to make a move at this time, he obviously had great confidence. Turning his head, he saw the embodiment's body burning fiercely and burning the array. But looking at the situation, it was not possible to break the array in a short time, even if he cooperated. Lei Gu said coldly again, "Junior, you've ruined my plans. I'll make you beg for death." This time, there was already a flaw in the plan. Yang Kai was not dead, so the news here would definitely spread. In other words, the plan had failed. Fortunately, the failure was not complete. There were still so many people from the Emperor realm, and tens of thousands of cultivator, who had fallen into the trap. So it was better than nothing. If so many people were demonized, it would definitely be a force that could not be underestimated. It could open up the next stage of the grand plan. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped and retreated. He coldly glared at Lei Gu and used his technique to shout, "Hall Master, can you hold on for a day?" Lei Gu frowned when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant by giving him this one-day deadline. Judging from the current situation, this boy's best course of action was to go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help. But the journey to Star Soul Palace was long. How could he return in one day? Even if he was proficient in the divine technique of space, he would not be able to do such a thing. When Zishan's voice came from inside Orthodoxy Hall, "We will do our best." Another person's voice rang out. "Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of the Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord Ma Qing. He sounded exasperated. He didn't expect Yang Kai to still be here. Yang Kai gazed at Lei Gu and thundered, "All right, you guys should hold on. One day later, we will save you from the sea of bitterness." After saying this, he turned around and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cold corpse on the slope and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it was being gripped by a hand. After a few flashes, he disappeared from Lei Gu's field of vision. After he left, Lei Gu stopped urging the array flags, and the flashing light of the sect-protecting grand array gradually subsided. He turned his head and glanced at the embodiment. Sacred Spirit Stone Fire? The embodiment stood tall, looking down at him from across the grand array. Its two eyes were like burning flames, flickering endlessly. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, it was filled with anger and guilt because of Yuzua's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy, so that he couldn't deal with Wen Zishan and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the grand array. It would be best if it could break the grand array before Yang Kai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the grand array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble. When have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shihua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand, and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure shuttled through the void, and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating, while the 4 demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yang Kai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang, quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help, and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the great emperors. Otherwise, the Southern Territory will be in danger," Yang Kai said hurriedly. "Ah." The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely. "Good." He then pointed to the 4 people and said, "Then they go." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew towards Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yang Kai waved his hand and took the 4 unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yang Kai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month, and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Tao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation. But because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yang Kai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yang Kai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today, Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yang Kai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists. "Palace Master." Her gaze suddenly focused on Yang Kai's waist, and she asked in shock, "Palace Master, are you injured?" Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. "Where is the head chief?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yang Kai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yang Kai in such a state, and hurriedly replied, "The head chief just returned yesterday. She should be resting. Call her over." "Yes." Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Palace Master, please wait a moment, the head chief will be here soon." Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yang Kai asked, "How many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now?" Hua Qingxi blinked and said, "Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory, or the entire High Heaven Palace?" "The entire Northern Territory. Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master?" "Murder, revenge, extermination." Yang Kai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, "If there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem." During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other three sects, and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the four top sects working together, who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. "Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here. After half a day, I'll come and pick you all up." Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me, when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." "Yes." Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. They were both confused. Hua Qingxi said, "What happened to the Palace Master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I'm not sure. He didn't say anything." Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. Chapter 3255. Yang Kai had set up a lot of space arrays in the Northern Territory some time ago, so it was quite convenient to travel back and forth. Otherwise, how could they find anyone to help them in just half a day? Half an hour later, more than half of the Northern Territory had become turbulent because of the High Heaven Palace's order. Countless people from the Emperor realm were anxious, not knowing why the High Heaven Palace suddenly summoned them. Were they going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? But what good would that do for the High Heaven Palace? Many people naturally wanted to pretend to be sick and not go, or they had other excuses, but the order from the High Heaven Palace made them not dare to not go. Yang Kai had already said that he would destroy their sect, so who would dare to be perfunctory? The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him, and now the High Heaven Palace was occupying the ruins of the Seeking Passion sect. No one wanted to become the second Seeking Passion sect. This guy was not joking. He was completely capable of destroying other sects. People were constantly teleporting to the High Heaven Palace through the space array. 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. The main hall gradually became overcrowded. When the latecomers saw that so many people from the Emperor realm had gathered in the Northern Territory, they immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the High Heaven Palace did not intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Otherwise, there would be no reason for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather in one place. There were also people who gathered around Bian Yuqing to ask about the situation. But how could Bian Yuqing know what was going on? Yang Kai hurried back to say a few words, and then left in a hurry. She had no idea what was going on, so she could only ignore those people's questions. However, no one dared to be presumptuous here. Seeing her cold face and not answering, they could only step back in embarrassment and show flattering smiles. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Back then, she had to look up to the Emperor realm, but now she had to give them face. This was something that Blue Feather Sect could never give her. She knew better than anyone that the one the Emperor Realm was afraid of wasn't her. She was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and there were countless people here who were stronger than her. If it weren't for the High Heaven Palace behind her, this situation wouldn't have happened. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. The High Heaven Palace was in an uproar. Yang Kai had already teleported to the savage, desolate ancient lands. Inside the small treehouse, Yang Kai leapt out just in time to see a stone puppet poke its head in his direction. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yang Kai asked, "Is the elder here?" The stone mongoose pointed at the elder's treehouse, and Yang Kai dashed towards it. Not long after, he saw the elder in the treehouse. The elder looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Little friend, why have you returned?" Yang Kai didn't seem to have left for long, at most 2 months. Yang Kai cupped his fist solemnly. "I have a matter to ask the Stone Mongoose clan for help." The elder nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder, aren't you going to ask me what it is?" He didn't expect the elder to agree so readily. The elder chuckled. "It seems that you have encountered some trouble. The Stone Mongoose clan doesn't have many friends, so how can the Stone Mongoose clan stand by and do nothing when a friend is in trouble?" Yang Kai bowed deeply. "Many thanks, elder, for your help. However, you should know that this matter is related to the Southern Territory." "The Southern Territory?" The elder raised his eyebrows. The savage wildland was in the Eastern Territory, so the Southern Territory was a bit out of his reach. However, when he thought about the space array that Yang Kai set up, he suddenly understood something. This matter is also related to the demon race. The demon race? The elder cried out in surprise. Yang Kai looked at him and said thoughtfully, "Elder, do you know something about the demon race?" The elder's expression was solemn. "In this world, other than the sacred spirits, I'm afraid no one knows more about the demon race than the Stone Mongoose clan. The sacred spirits had their own source of inheritance. That inheritance wasn't just about power, but also the memories and experiences of past generations of sacred spirits. Therefore, no matter what kind of sacred spirit they were, they would more or less absorb some of the memories of their ancestors. Even though the demon race was a long time ago, the sacred spirits weren't completely ignorant. Although the Stone Mongoose clan didn't have the convenience of an inheritance, they had a long lifespan. The elder himself had lived through many great eras, and had personally fought against the demon race. How could he not know how terrifying and difficult the demon race was? "The demon race has appeared in the Southern Territory?" The elder asked with a serious expression. Yang Kai said, "More than a decade ago, a demon den appeared in the Southern Territory. Someone broke the seal of the demon den and released thousands of demon wills. These demon wills can corrode a cultivator's body and take over their bodies. It's very hard to guard against them. In the past decade, the Southern Territory has been hunting these demon wills. It's said that they have already been wiped out. However, I only realized last night that that was only on the surface. There are even more demon wills hiding in the dark. They are targeting the cultivator in the Southern Territory. All the large sects in the Southern Territory, hundreds of the Emperor Realm, and tens of thousands of elite disciples were all involved. This junior was lucky enough to escape, but I must hurry back and save them before it's too late." "There is such a thing." The elder was shocked. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai say that hundreds of the Emperor Realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples were involved in the Southern Territory. He quickly stood up and said, "The demon race is not a matter of the Southern Territory. It's a matter of the entire star boundary. Although the Stone Mongoose clan has been living in peace for a long time, we can't stay out of this matter. There's no time to lose, let's go now." "Thank you, elder." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly led the way. When they got down from the treehouse, the elder gently tapped the ground with his walking stick a few times. The Stone Mongoose immediately walked out of the treehouse one by one. Many wood spirits also flew over. Yang Kai's message was conveyed in a few simple sentences. The Stone Mongoose and wood spirits were shocked. Obviously, they all knew how terrifying the demon race was. Needless to say, under Yang Kai's command, they all walked into the small treehouse and stepped onto the space array. When Yang Kai built this space array 2 months ago, he had made some preparations. He had specifically built it to be large, just in case he needed the stone puppet's help one day, so he had never expected it to come in handy so soon. The stone mongoose was too big and could only teleport one person at a time. Yang Kai arranged for them to be teleported one by one before turning to the elder and saying, "Don't act rashly for the time being. I don't know how many people the demon race has left behind, or if there are any reinforcements. Elder, lead them to guard the space array, while I summon more people to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop." "Yes, little friend, don't worry." The elder nodded and was the last to enter the space array. After sending off the stone mongoose elder, Yang Kai rushed into the sky without stopping and rushed in a certain direction. His emperor's chi was released without any regard for consumption, and his space principles were constantly activated as his figure flickered. In less than half an hour, a majestic palace appeared in front of him. It was the palace of the southern Saint Luan Feng in the ancient land. Before he landed, he heard an angry shout. "Who goes there?" A charming woman flew towards him. She was wearing revealing clothes, and her demonic chi soared to the sky. She was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, no weaker than Ying Fei and the others. Yang Kai glanced at her and found her familiar. He knew that she was one of the 32 Monster Kings, but he couldn't remember which Monster King she was. He was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to tangle with her, so he waved his sleeve and said, "Get lost." The Monster King was furious. Although she was below the Southern Saint realm in the ancient land, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this, not even the other Monster Kings. When a woman went crazy, she was very terrifying. Just as she was about to teach Yang Kai a lesson, she suddenly found that this person looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she was surprised and delighted. "Isn't this that guy?" Her anger turned into a smile. "So it's..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai had already rushed past her and landed directly in the Luan Feng's palace. Looking around, under the shocked gazes of the maids, he shouted, "Luan Feng!" The Monster King was embarrassed, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. Everyone knew that this human was related to the Blood Door and the Divine Spirit Source, so no one dared to offend him. Ying Fei and the others also didn't know how lucky they were to be able to follow him around. It was simply enviable. She was confident that her cultivation was not inferior to Ying Fei and the others, and her figure was also not bad. If she could take this opportunity to form a relationship with him. Why is this guy here again? She might be able to get taken advantage of by him. Before she could finish her thoughts, she heard Yang Kai's angry roar. Her expression immediately changed as she wondered what was wrong with this guy today. But when he saw Kai Yang's expression, his heart couldn't know what he was going to do. His expression wasn't to approach Yang Kai rashly. Had he provoked him, so she just floated in the air and watched for your help. Yang Kai was very conflicted and went straight to the point. Realm fought with him, so he wanted her help. Should she help or not? Luan Feng heard offending the Southern Saint realm wouldn't bring her any good, as long as he didn't come to find trouble with her. She would never be able to awaken her ancestral spirit source again. Is this the attitude you should have when asking for help? A cold voice called out as Luan Feng appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Her face was so gloomy asked for that it was almost possible. Although she was afraid of the power behind Yang Kai, staring at Yang Kai, that she would give up her dignity as a divine spirit. She secretly decided to give Yang Kai a show of strength, so that he wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. "Just tell me if you want to help me or not." Yang Kai completely ignored her thoughts and said in an extremely tough tone. The Luan Feng was angry and funny at the same time. "If you don't say what you want to help me, how can I answer you? Do you think I will agree to die if you want me to?" "Of course it is within your ability." The Luan Feng curled her lips. "I don't owe you anything, right? That's why I said I want to ask for your help." Chapter 3256. This brat was becoming more and more annoying. The Luan Feng secretly gritted her teeth. "So what if I help you? So what if I don't? Help me this time, and I will remember your kindness. If you don't help me, I will leave immediately." The Luan Feng sneered. "What do I need your kindness for?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, nodded, and soared into the sky. The Luan Feng was startled. Was he really going to leave? How could he do this without giving her any time to think? Was he crazy? Although the Luan Feng hated Yang Kai's rude and unreasonable attitude, if Yang Kai really held a grudge against her, she would have a hard time in the future. She could only raise her hand and angrily shout, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and tilted his head to look at her. The coldness in his eyes almost condensed into a solid substance. When their eyes met, the Luan Feng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai's state was not right this time. Although she found him annoying before, he was still reasonable. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. It seemed that he had really encountered some kind of trouble, and it was a trouble that made him extremely angry. "Where are you going?" the Luan Feng asked in a low voice. "None of your business." He did not have the proper attitude to ask for help. The Luan Feng was furious. She wanted to slap this brat to death, but she knew that he was not weak. If she forced him to use all his cards, she might not be able to kill him. Moreover, once they had a falling out, the consequences were not something she could bear. She bitterly clenched her teeth and shouted, "There will be no next time." This was a promise. Yang Kai did not waste time and directly said, "Call Fan Hua and Song Go here. Also, summon the other 29 monster king of the ancient land." He turned around and returned to the bedroom, standing not far from the Luan Feng. The Luan Feng was shocked. "What do you want?" She thought that he was only asking for her help. Who knew that he would ask for such an exorbitant price? Not only did he ask for Fan Hua and Song Go, but he also asked for the 29 monster king. They were the strongest forces in the entire ancient land. Was this bastard planning to start a war with the sects of the great emperors? Thinking of this, the Luan Feng's body turned cold. Although she was a holy spirit, she knew her own limits. There were only a few great emperors, and every one of them was an existence recognized by the heavens and earth. If they really went up against the great emperors, not many people in the savage wildland would be able to survive. Not to mention, the sects of the great emperors had extremely strong foundations. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had long felt that this guy was extremely daring. Wasn't his courage a bit too big? She had to admit that she was overthinking things. "What are you waiting for? I want to see them within 2 hours. Hurry up and contact them." Yang Kai saw Luan Feng standing there stupidly and was annoyed. He gave the High Heaven Palace half a day's time, and they needed to finish gathering in half a day's time as well. How could they waste so much time? Luan Feng suppressed the panic in her heart. She wasn't in the mood to care about Yang Kai's rudeness. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. "What do you want us to do? You should at least tell me, right? Kill them, save them. Who is the enemy?" After Luan Feng asked this question, her heart jumped. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would say the name of one of the great emperors. Who would have thought that Yang Kai's eyes would close and 2 words would pop out of his mouth? Demon race. Demon race. Luan Feng's expression changed. Where did the demon race come from? Although she hadn't seen the demon race with her own eyes, the inheritance she obtained from the origin allowed her to have some understanding of the demon race. In this land, there hadn't been a demon race for hundreds of thousands of years. So why would a demon race suddenly appear? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. "Are you going to keep talking nonsense with me? Within 2 hours, I want to see those 2 and the 29 monster king. If you can help me this time, I guarantee that you will all become holy spirits in the future." Luan Feng was instantly stunned. She clenched her teeth with a bitter expression. Once Yang Kai said this, it would be fine if it didn't spread out. But once it did, the 29 monster king would definitely submit to him. Even if the 3 great saints joined hands, they wouldn't be able to suppress it. And if she refused Yang Kai's request today, she was afraid that the 29 monster king would hold a grudge against her. At that time, she would be in a difficult situation. "You win." Luan Feng coldly snorted and said, 2 hours isn't enough. Some of the monster king's territories are too far from here. They won't be able to get here in 2 hours. "How long?" 2 hours. "Then I will wait here for 2 hours. After saying this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and stood in place motionless. Luan Feng glared at him, and then disappeared into the depths of her palace. It was unknown what she was going to do. Yang Kai didn't monitor her. In any case, that was all he had to say. If Luan Feng was sensible, she would naturally help him. If not, it wouldn't be too late to settle accounts later. The northern territory was still gathering, and it would take some time. Luan Feng was obviously angry with Yang Kai. Before she left, she had also dispersed all the surrounding maids, allowing him to stand there like a javelin. But no one came to pour him a cup of tea, her obvious disdain for him. A moment later, a fragrant wind blew, and someone landed beside Yang Kai. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a seductive woman looking at him with a smile. It was the monster king he had met before. When their eyes met, the seductive woman smiled and bowed. This mistress do me greets master. She was already wearing revealing clothes, so at this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, she was showing off her beauty and flattering him. Her smile was even more brilliant than a flower. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Do me, waved her hand and said, It's nothing. This mistress is the monster king under Holy Senior Nan. I have long admired master's magnificence. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Saying so, she waved her hand and took out a recliner from her space ring, politely saying, Master, please sit. Yang Kai gently nodded, the coldness on his face easing slightly as he sat down. Dumir suddenly leaned over and whispered, Holy Senior has a bad temper and neglected master. I hope master won't blame her. As she spoke, her breath was like orchids, and a touch of fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai's murderous aura and anger dissipated a lot, and his tumultuous mood gradually calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at her faintly and said, You said bad things about her in private. What if she heard you? Dumir's face stiffened, and she said awkwardly, I'm just talking to master. I believe master won't spread it. Yang Kai looked her up and down and asked curiously, What kind of monster are you? Dumir smiled and said, Replying master, this mistress is a flower monster. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched the air, and a small golden flower immediately appeared between her fingers. The fragrance was strong and intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded and said, It's rare for a plant to become a spirit. It was many times more difficult for a plant to become a spirit than a body of flesh and blood. Yang Kai did not expect that the monster king in front of him was actually a flower monster, and to be able to cultivate to the level of a monster king. This was extremely rare. Dumir said sadly, Master, you flatter me. This mistress has also suffered a lot, and experienced many flowing time great emperors to have today's achievements. As she spoke, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, she bit her lip and said, Master, I heard that Ing Fei, Shi Lei, and Xia Wuwei are working under you? You already know the answer. Dumir curled her lips and said, What can 3 men do? I'm afraid they can't even serve master well. I don't know what the holy sages are thinking. They should send a woman to serve master well. At the very least, they should take care of master's daily life. Are you very good at serving people? Yang Kai glanced at her. Dumia eagerly said, Master, do you want to try? I see that master is depressed and has a lot on his mind. This is not a good thing. The war is imminent. It's best to empty your mind and body so that you can go all out. If master doesn't mind, this mistress can show you a little. After saying that, she eagerly looked at Yang Kai, quietly waiting for his reply. After a long time, she did not see any reaction from Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and walked behind Yang Kai. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and said, Master, just relax. Leave the rest to this mistress. I will definitely satisfy you. The gentle fragrance, like an invisible hand, tickled Yang Kai's ear, making his heart ripple. It soothed Yang Kai's suppressed anger and all kinds of negative emotions. 2 soft and delicate hands rubbed his shoulders and head with varying degrees of strength, as Yang Kai's monster chi and divine sense began to fluctuate. Soon, Yang Kai felt as if he was immersed in a sea of flowers. The world was vast, and the sea of flowers was boundless, making his body and mind feel ethereal. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually relax, and his breathing become stable, Dumir pursed her lips and smiled. She became more attentive. Following the Luanfeng's message, more and more figures appeared in the savage, desolate ancient land. Their demonic chi soared to the sky, and their demonic chi surged. Many demon generals and commanders raised their heads, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know why their king was moving. 2 hours later, more than 10 monster kings had gathered in the Luanfeng's bedroom. The rest were on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they all gathered here. A group of monster kings came to the courtyard where Yang Kai was. They either sat or stood, staring at Yang Kai and Dumir. Dumir was not ashamed of being stared at like this. Instead, she rubbed Yang Kai even more diligently. Her slender neck was raised high like a proud rooster. Bitch. Human wanton. Woman shameless. A beautiful female monster king saw her like this and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Her face was full of disdain. Beside him, a furry male demon monarch chuckled and said, "You can go too." The female monster king coldly snorted, "I'm not that low." The male monster king looked at her and sneered, "Why are you pretending to be pure? Which monster king in the savage, desolate ancient land hasn't tasted you?" The female monster king was furious. "I'll tear your mouth." The male monster king reached out and hugged her. "What are you going to use to tear it? Get lost." "All right, stop fooling around. Who knows why the Lord has gathered us this time?" Another monster king stood up and asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 3257. The monster kings shook their heads. None of them knew why they were gathered here. They were summoned by their respective saint masters. Although they didn't know why, they were sure that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Otherwise he wouldn't be here. However, Yang Kai sat there calmly, enjoying Dumir's service. They didn't want to disturb him. The monster kings recognized him and knew what kind of power was behind him. They didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. Time passed slowly. One monster king after another arrived. In less than 2 hours, the 29 monster kings had gathered. Wanfeng, Songgo and Fan Ku also appeared. Seeing the three of them, the monster kings bowed. Yang Kai also finally opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. It had to be said that although Dumir's behavior was a bit frivolous, she was really good at serving people. She was a flower monster in human form, and seemed to have her own innate divine ability that could soothe people's mood. "Is everyone here?" Kai Yang turned his head and looked around. Fan Ku's face didn't look good. Although he had heard the general situation from Wanfeng, Yang Kai's actions made him feel uncomfortable. The savage, desolate ancient land was the monster race's territory. Since when did a human become the master? After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Everyone is here. Then let's go." Yang Kai stood up and led the way to the stone mongoose's residence. The 29 demon kings looked at the 3 saint venerables anxiously. What else could Fan Hua and the others say? They could only raise their hands. In a flash, they rushed to the sky and followed Yang Kai. Fan Ku and the other 2 arrived first, keeping pace with Yang Kai as they stared at each other in silence. Yang Kai took the initiative and said, "You 3 are very righteous. This time, you helped me with all your strength. I will remember this and repay you generously in the future." The Luanfeng coldly snorted. "You weren't like this before." She still bore a grudge against Yang Kai for being so arrogant and bossy. If he had acted like this earlier, she would have been less worried. Yang Kai turned and glared at her. "You still have the nerve to say that? What's wrong? Can't I just say it?" The Luanfeng also lost her temper and stared back at Yang Kai without showing any weakness. Yang Kai said, "If you hadn't destroyed my space array back then, would we still be in such a hurry? We can reach our destination directly through your Phoenix Net Palace. Now, it'll take us at least 2 hours to reach our destination. If we delay our important matters because of this, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Hearing him mention the past, the Luanfeng blinked and felt a bit guilty. After all, it was true that he had destroyed the space magic array, but who would have thought that he would be in such a hurry today? She turned her head and said, "Why are you yelling at me? I didn't know that this would happen. Alright, since things have come to this, arguing is useless. Fan Hua jumped out to smooth things over. No matter what, the ancient lands didn't want to have a falling out with Yang Kai. They had to maintain the status quo. Little brother Yang, why don't you tell us what happened? The Luanfeng only told them that Yang Kai wanted to recruit all the high-level combatants of the ancient lands. It seemed that this matter was related to the demon race, so she didn't explain it clearly. Now that they had decided to act, they naturally had to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai heard this and was too lazy to argue with the Luanfeng. He pondered for a moment and said, "More than 10 years ago, I received an invitation to go to the southern swamp in the Southern Territory to explore an ancient cave mansion. Since they had some time on the way, Yang Kai immediately told them about the trip to the ancient cave mansion and what happened after that. Then, he talked about the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, when they heard that the demonic will had awakened, and that the Southern Territory had encountered the demonic thought. The three of them were shocked. When they heard that the Orthodoxy Temple's temple master in the Southern Territory had been possessed by the demonic thought, and set up a scheme to deal with the hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and felt the seriousness of the problem. So the hundreds of the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory are still trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple? When I left, it was like this. If the array isn't broken, they won't be able to come out. I don't know what the situation inside is like." Sango rubbed his chin and said, "The hundreds of the Emperor realm, I don't know how many of them, have not been corrupted by the demonic qi. Since Yang Kai had been attacked by more than 10 people from the Emperor realm, who had become the demon race, then it was certain that more people had become the demon race. After all, the martial gathering had already been going on for a month. If the Orthodoxy Temple had not planned this beforehand, then the demonic qi would have been able to corrupt more people. Normally, it would not be obvious, but once it erupted, it would cause great destruction and cause more people to be infected by the demonic qi. If this cycle continued, then everyone would become a demon race. I hope the situation isn't too bad." Sango sighed. The Luanfeng frowned and said, "If the Orthodoxy Temple had planned this for a long time, then why did they lure you out to assassinate you? Isn't this the same as shooting themselves in the foot?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Maybe they didn't expect that they would not be able to kill me. In fact, it was indeed so." Yang Kai thought back to the previous attack and still had some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the assassin didn't know his background and didn't know that he had a half-dragon body, he would have been dead already. The Luanfeng shook her head and said, "What I mean is, why didn't they just leave you in the Orthodoxy Temple and let you sink into the mud? There was no need to do this." Sango said, "It shouldn't be a secret that little brother Yang has the space divine technique. I think they were afraid that he would notice something was wrong and run away. It would be safer to kill him first." The Luanfeng thought it was reasonable and nodded slightly. Fan Ke suddenly said in surprise, "Those demon race people really played a big game of chess." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why he suddenly sighed. Fan Ke said, "Think about it. If you didn't escape the assassination, what would have happened to the Orthodoxy Temple?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while. The worst result would be that everyone alive become the demon race. "Exactly," Fan Ke said. "And if these people who become the demon race returned to their respective sects and acted secretly?" Yang Kai followed his words and was shocked. "The Southern Territory is in danger," Fan Ke said. "At that time, the entire Southern Territory will be the demon race's territory. Even if the great emperors act, it will be difficult to change the situation." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He realized that Fan Ke's guess might really be the Orthodoxy Temple's plan. If he hadn't escaped the assassination and leaked the news, who would have known about the chaos in the Orthodoxy Temple? Sango said, "Since the Orthodoxy Temple dares to attack the entire Southern Territory, they must have gathered a lot of demon race people. With just a few of us," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "Don't worry, it's not just you. I've also invited others. This time, not a single demon race person will escape from the Orthodoxy temple. Others. Sanggo looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. He was afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and didn't have a plan. Since he had a plan, there was no need to worry too much. Yang Kai said, "In any case, when you fight those demon race people, you must be careful not to be corroded by the demonic qi. You must also be on guard against the demonic qi. I have seen people being possessed by the demonic qi with my own eyes. There were no signs before, and there were no abnormalities after the demonic qi took over. It was very strange." "We understand." Fan nodded. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so naturally, the monster kings behind them could hear them clearly. This was also Yang Kai's intention. When they heard that they were going to fight people being corroded by the demonic qi, the monster kings were shocked. This was a never-before experience. They didn't know whether the demonic qi was stronger, or the demonic qi was stronger. Regardless, this was a good opportunity to perform. Once they caught Yang Kai's eyes, they wouldn't have to worry about not becoming holy spirits in the future. Wanfeng didn't tell them about Yang Kai's promise. It wasn't because she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word, but because if she said it, the monster kings would be deeply grateful to Yang Kai. This would shake the three holy sages' rule in the ancient lands. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the stone mongoose's residence. The elder didn't leave. He stood there with Muna, the leader of the wood spirits, and waited. Seeing the 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king descending from the sky, they couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly sighed. They knew that Yang Kai had a lot of influence in the ancient lands, but they didn't expect it to be this big. He had wiped out all the higher-ups in the ancient lands. When the 2 sides met, the elder and the 3 holy sages exchanged a few words. Then, under Yang Kai's lead, they stepped into the space array. After a flash of light, they arrived at the mountain peak. The 8 stone mongoose had been there for a long time. They were guarding the space array. When they saw the space array moving, they all turned their heads to look. The 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king appeared one after another. Everyone stared at each other, and soon, they separated into 2 sides. The relationship between the stone mongoose and the ancient land's monster kings had never been very harmonious. It was only in the past 10 years that they had eased up a little. This was also because of Yang Kai. After sending the monster kings to the ancient lands, Yang Kai asked them to wait for a while. Then he turned around and stepped into the space array. In the High Heaven Palace, in the main hall where the space array was located, there were people moving around. Nearly 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Some of them were whispering to each other, while others were watching coldly from the side. As time passed, impatience gradually spread. If it weren't for the experts from the 4 top forces eyeing them, these people from the Emperor realm from various sects would have already been in a mess. They had received orders from the High Heaven Palace to come here. They didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't get an answer even when they asked the chief steward, Hua Qingxi. Naturally, they felt uneasy. They always wondered if the High Heaven Palace had secretly raised their butcher's knife and was going to kill them. However, what good would this do to the High Heaven Palace? Yingfei, Xie Wuwei, and Shilei stood in a triangular formation. Their demonic qi soared to the sky as they coldly looked around. Anyone who met their eyes would avoid them, not daring to act rashly. Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, and the people from Ice Heart Valley gathered together. Ice Heart Valley had sent 5 people from the Emperor realm, led by Ji Yao. Her face was cold, and no one dared to approach her. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were also gathered here. Basically, except for the 2 or 3 sects who stayed behind to guard the Emperor realm, everyone else from the 4 sects had come. Li Jiao and Mi Qi huddled together and whispered. They were also confused, not knowing what Yang Kai was doing. Chapter 3258. Amidst the whispers, a bright light flashed from the space array, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned their heads to look. Some of them looked serious, while others looked suspicious. After all, not everyone had seen Yang Kai before and knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Those who knew him naturally looked serious, while those who didn't only felt that this young man had an extraordinary aura and wasn't a pushover. Greetings, Palace Master Yang. Scattered voices sounded. Those from the Emperor realm who had seen Yang Kai for the first time finally knew his identity and hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi took a step forward. Yang Kai looked around with his sharp eyes. Seeing that there were quite a few people, he was quite satisfied. His expression eased a lot, and he asked, "Is everyone here?" Hua Qingxi said, "Those who can arrive in half a day have basically arrived. The people from the Dragon Tiger sect and the Profound Cloud Pavilion haven't arrived yet." There were only a little over 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered in the hall. There were definitely more people from the Emperor realm in the entire Northern Territory, but Yang Kai gave them a deadline of half a day, so Hua Qingxi went to inform them specifically. Those who obviously couldn't reach the High Heaven Palace in half a day weren't notified. This was also thanks to the mini space arrays that Yang Kai had set up in the Northern Territory that were connected to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, not even a quarter of the people would be able to come. It was because of those space arrays that 200 people from the Emperor realm could gather in half a day. The Dragon Tiger sect, the Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded lightly and waved his hand. "If you're not here, then don't come." Although his tone was calm and did not reveal the slightest bit of malice, the people of the Emperor realm who were present could still hear the unfriendliness in his words. They secretly sighed. These two sects would probably no longer be able to establish themselves in the Northern Territory in the future. They might even be eradicated by this guy. They could not help but feel a little sad for the loss of the rabbit, and a little angry at Yang Kai for acting arbitrarily. A sect that had only risen 30 years ago actually controlled the future of the cultivator and the rise and fall of the sect in the entire Northern Territory. No one would believe such a thing. However, the other party's fists were too big, and they also had the precedent of destroying the Seeking Passion sect. Therefore, even if they felt resentment and anger in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. "Everyone, I'm sure you're all wondering why I've gathered all of you here in my High Heaven Palace. I'll tell you now. First, it's to save people, and second, it's to kill." A middle-aged man cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask, Palace Master Yang, who do you want us to save and who do you want us to kill?" With so many masters gathered together, the commotion they would cause would not be small. Basically, 1/5 of the top combatants in the Northern Territory were gathered here. He really couldn't understand what kind of situation would require so many people to be mobilized. Even the 4 top forces had almost all come out. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know which sect master this man was, but he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master and had a righteous aura. He didn't show any fear when facing Yang Kai's gaze, so he nodded lightly and said, "The person I want to save is a cultivator in the Southern Territory. Like everyone here, they are the sect masters and sect masters of the Southern Territory." A cultivator in the Southern Territory? An uproar broke out in the hall. No one had expected that today's matter would involve the Southern Territory. This was the Northern Territory, so far away from the Southern Territory. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Palace Master Yang wanted to save the people in the Southern Territory, so why did he gather the people in the Northern Territory? Compared to this, everyone was more shocked by what happened to the Southern Territory sect masters and sect masters. Why did so many people need to be mobilized to save them? Although they weren't in the same territory, since they were sect masters and sect masters, they definitely weren't weak. At the very least, they were the Emperor Realm's sect masters. If even they couldn't solve the problem, how could they? "The ones we need to kill are demons," Yang Kai shouted, suppressing the noise. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. Even Ji Yao, who had always been cold, had a change in her expression. Yang Kai didn't care what they thought and continued. "Hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory have become the demon race's trap. They are trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple and can't escape. At any time, they could be corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's dangerous path. Right now, their only hope is this seat. So this seat needs everyone's help to break the Orthodoxy Temple's protective array, kill the demons, and rescue the people in the Southern Territory. These words were simply outrageous, shocking everyone present, and making them feel dizzy, instinctively thinking that Kai Yang was just joking. First of all, the Southern Territory was so far away, so who would know? But Yang Kai just had to say it with certainty. Second of all, the existence of the demons was far too distant. It was said that they had been corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's people. But where did the demonic chi come from? The situation is like this. I don't care if you believe me or not. Once you arrive, you will naturally know. When you go to the Southern Territory, everyone must remember one thing. You must protect yourselves well, and not be easily corroded by the demonic chi. You must also guard against the demonic chi's possession. If the former appears, this seat may have a chance to save you, but if the latter, good luck. Let's go. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before immediately leading the Emperor Realm's people into the space array. The High Heaven Palace's array was not small, and could transport 20 to 30 people at a time. With Yang Kai here, it didn't even need to be inlaid with source crystals. It only needed to be activated by activating the space principles. After the light flashed, groups of people disappeared. No matter what they thought at the moment, they were tactful and didn't raise any objections, obediently following the arrangements. At the back of the crowd, an ordinary-looking woman and an elderly man were gathered together. Both of them were second-order emperors, and were sect masters of first-class sects in the Northern Territory. They were only slightly inferior to the High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley, and the other three great forces, except for the fact that they didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and had fewer people in the Emperor Realm. Their foundation was also extraordinary. The two of them were together, quietly communicating with each other. The woman said, "This High Heaven Palace is too much. First, they gave us half a day to get here. Then they didn't even ask for our permission before directly asking us to fight the demons. How can they do this?" The elderly man nodded. Yes, it's too much. Previously, everyone was forced to submit because of the High Heaven Palace's strength and prestige, so they already had resentment in their hearts. Now that they were suddenly dragged out to fight the demons and save a group of strangers from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, the resentment in their hearts deepened. The woman continued, "Do they really think that the Northern Territory belongs to the High Heaven Palace? This is just the beginning, and they're already like this. What will happen in the future?" The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Life will be difficult." The woman glanced at him. "Do you want to be bullied like this forever and be powerless to resist?" The elderly man was shocked. "Resist? How are you going to resist? I advise you not to act recklessly. The foundation of the High Heaven Palace is right here. Do you see those three monster clans? Those are the three monster kings, each of them comparable to a three-layer Emperor Realm Master. How can we be their opponents?" The woman snorted coldly. "A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. The High Heaven Palace has caused a lot of trouble in the Northern Territory recently. Which sect doesn't have any complaints? Who is willing to be ordered around by them? As long as the Northern Territory sects can unite, what can the High Heaven Palace do?" The elderly man said thoughtfully. "You want to unite with the others," the woman said. "For the sake of the future, this is the only way. If the High Heaven Palace is tactful, they will naturally take a step back. If not, how can they compete with the entire Northern Territory? Even if the other three sects join forces, it won't work. The key is whether or not the people are united." The elderly man nodded slightly and said, "After this incident, this old master reckons that everyone is aware of the crisis. If there is a chance to resist, they won't miss it. Otherwise, if their lives are in the hands of others, I'm afraid they won't be able to live comfortably. After this incident, you and I might as well go out and walk around more. If there is a chance, it won't be too late to discuss it in detail." "That's reasonable. Then let's agree on this first. And let's not talk about it for now. It's our turn. I don't know where we are going. The woman and elderly man stood on the space array with some other people from the Emperor realm. Suddenly, a light enveloped them and they felt dizzy. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless void. Even as strong as they were, they still felt dizzy, and their knowledge sea was in chaos. When they finally came back to their senses, the uncomfortable feeling spread throughout their body. The woman felt that she was standing on solid ground. Her face was slightly pale, and even her footsteps were a little shaky. She heard a low shout in her ear. Don't block there. Hurry up and come down. There are more people coming from behind. Before she could see who was speaking, the woman hurriedly dodged to the side. She pinched her fingers together and silently circulated her secret art to relieve the uncomfortable feeling. However, her face was full of suspicion. It wasn't that she hadn't used a space array before. This time, she came to High Heaven Palace through a space array. She had used it many times before, when she was traveling around the Northern Territory, but she had never felt as uncomfortable as this time. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she almost not be able to withstand the pressure of a single teleportation? Opening her eyes and looking around, she saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces around her. They were all extremely pale, and had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Obviously, they were all uncomfortable. The elderly man was also next to her. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, whispers came from the side. Although the voices weren't loud, everyone present was from the Emperor realm. Who couldn't hear them? The woman and elderly man were both shocked and said in horror, "The Southern Territory? Impossible, right? This is the Southern Territory. A moment ago, we were still in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. How did we end up in the Southern Territory in the blink of an eye?" Their first reaction was disbelief. However, after scanning the surroundings with their divine senses, they found that the terrain and climate here were indeed very different from the Northern Territory. It was as if they were really in the Southern Territory. Thinking about the feeling of being teleported, and the records they read in the ancient books, a thought flashed through their minds. The two of them couldn't believe it. They turned their heads and looked at the space array they came from. Their eyes were burning with passion. A space array that could cross territory. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.